What it do, what it do, what it do. It's your boy Big Vibe Opinion back with another live video. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that share button. And most importantly, make sure you sub to the channel. Turn on that post notification bell so that you be notified each and every time that your boy Big Vibe is going live, man. With that being said, let's get into this intro. Welcome to Big Vibe Opinion. Moderators, with my permission, any negativity in the chat should be hidden from this channel. This channel is a negativity-free channel, drama-free channel, and we are here to push the message out. We will not be distracted. So with my permission, any negativity in the chat should be hidden from this channel. Welcome to Big Vibe Opinion platform.
And I just really want people to know, I appreciate anybody that's helping me. I appreciate anybody that's helping me. A lot of people have been there for me. I just don't want people going back and forth, being mad at each other because one person did this for me and another person did that for me. That's what the devil wants. He wants to cause confusion. That's what these people want. They want to cause confusion. And confusion ain't going to do nothing but keep me in here. But the real thing here, lifetime, as far as quick on lifetime, as far as lifetime is concerned, there are real people, real women out here really being abused, really missing. They're really missing. They're really chained up in basements. I've been in here 4 years. I haven't seen one person that was ever chained up in a basement come forward for anything. But I tell you one thing, before Lifetime came out, I was minding my business. I was in the studio. I was working with celebrities. I had tours. But when Lifetime came out, all of that went away. Meaning, before Lifetime came out, I had no charges pending against me. Nobody had went to a radio station or had went to, a police station. It took a year to put together Lifetime. If all of the things they said I did on Lifetime were true, it only take a minute to go to a police station. But when there's a crime committed, you don't go make a movie on it. You go to the police station. Nobody had done that.
Yo, welcome to Big Vibe Opinion Live. Man, yesterday, boy, look, ran into an emergency yesterday. They needed me for a project at work, which I'll be working tonight as well. Short notice, but you know, when you're good at what you do, you're just good at what you do. This live, the media exposed for using R. Kelly and Bill Cosby to cover up others' crime. So I'm going to be sharing a video with you guys. And in this video, as I share this video, I'm going to be breaking it down and analyzing certain things that came to my attention. And I want to give a big shout out to the supporters that support the channel. That's always sending content or always sending informative videos to use for the live feed. So I appreciate all of the emails from the ones who send information that's good information to bring forward. Also, in honor of our brother, I want to give a salute. A big salute to I really don't care for Hollywood, but I think this is long overdue. I mean, a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I mean, it's cool, but us in the black community, we have been giving Tupac his flowers since the beginning of his time, since the beginning of him speaking and opening his mouth. We have always honored Tupac Shakur for everything that he's done for the black community, all the lives he saved, changed whatsoever, for him just being outspoken as a person, as a human being. So him finally getting his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, that's a major salute, but we wish he could have had that while he was here, because the brother was that impactful in life. So just want to give a major salute for that, and keep resting in peace, Tupac, brother. Your name will never die in this world as we know it. You will forever live on. Thank you, thank you. What's up, Miss Lady T D Y? What's up? What's up? So we're gonna get into this. We're gonna get into this video.
Last week, Danny Masterson, the star of That 70s Show, was convicted for raping 2 women. And as soon as that happened, you could take out your watch and count the seconds before the white media suddenly went into a lather reporting on some black man accused of something. That train is never late. And we didn't into a lather reporting on some black man.
So let's go back, and I want y'all to hear what happened. Now, we all are aware of last week the Bill Cosby allegations that came about. Y'all are aware of the Bill Cosby allegations that came about. So let's listen to the backstory.
Last week, Danny Masterson, the star of That 70s Show, was convicted for raping 2 women. And as soon as that happened, you could take out your watch and count the seconds before the white media suddenly went into a lather reporting on some black man accused of something. That train is never late. And we didn't have to wait long. Almost immediately following the Masterson rape conviction, we began getting carpet bombed with white media headlines claiming that Cosby's being sued in civil court. Again. Cosby has been sued so many times by now that another suit is meaningless. It's hardly front page material. But we all know what this is really about. It's a white media racial narrative. Every time a story about Weinstein was written or he had a court date, here came accusations about Michael Jackson, who was already dead and had been in his grave for years. And of course, Oprah Winfrey had to obey her white media paymasters and say that I just can't stand by Michael anymore, when the truth.
Now, it's crazy how Danny Masterson was found guilty of raping 2 women the same week that they bombarded us with the Bill Cosby headline of new accusations of him being sued again. Do y'all see y'all see the media, what the media is doing? Man, this video is good. This video was great. But do y'all see how the media is playing along with these corporations this is strategic planning. This is a plan. This is a plan.
Weinstein was written or he had a court date, here came accusations about Michael Jackson, who was already dead and had been in his grave for years. And of course, Oprah Winfrey had to obey her white media paymasters and say that I just can't stand by Michael anymore, when the truth is that heifer never stood by him to begin with. She only said that mess so the white media could claim, see, even Michael's closest friends can't stand by him. They know that he's guilty. So with Cosby, we see the white media doing the same thing they did with O.J. Simpson 29 years ago, telling lies to hype it up, as if this black man who really hasn't been a hot commodity in ages is suddenly the most important person on the planet. With Cosby, we've seen this effort at racial distraction kick into overdrive, however. In states like New York, New Jersey, California, and Nevada, the legislatures...
Now, I want y'all to understand something right here. This right here was interesting to me, because when I heard about them changing the statute of limitations, I thought when they changed the statute of limitations, I thought that this was like for everywhere. I thought this was something that was for everywhere. But how ironic is it that the statute of limitations for these crimes were only in the states where Bill Cosby and R. Kelly was being charged in? California, New York, and Nevada. The only 3 states. I'm going to let y'all continue to listen, though.
Effort at racial distraction kick into overdrive, however. In states like New York, New Jersey, California, and Nevada, the legislatures have decided to pass laws that temporarily allow accusers to initiate civil suits against people, even though the statute of limitations passed decades ago. Now, first of all, if this was so important, why did they make it a temporary extension? Why not make it permanent? And look at the states where they passed these laws. New York, where half of these white media companies are based, and California, where the other half of these white media companies are based. And Nevada. Don't forget, Nevada is where O.J. Simpson...
The Star Witness traveled to California. The Star Witness traveled to Las Vegas. The Star Witness traveled to New York. Boy, this is crazy. This shit right here is mind-blowing, the way that this Professor Black is breaking it down. I'm telling y'all, man, some shit being exposed in this video.
And look at the states where they passed these laws. New York, where half of these white media companies are based, and California, where the other half of these white media companies are based. And Nevada. Don't forget, Nevada is where O.J. Simpson was put on trial for trying to steal his own belongings. They tried to give him decades in prison for what everyone recognized was a racist attempt to punish him for the false murder charges that he disproved in court in the 90s. And what a surprise, the law that they passed in Nevada was only passed last week, but the white media is already crowing that there's at least one accuser in Nevada who's ready to file suit against Cosby. And as we saw in the OJ trial out there in Nevada, I'm sure the jury will be all white women, just like it was for O.J. Simpson's trial there. So it's no accident that this is happening, and it's no accident that it's almost exclusively black men, or rather one in particular, who's being targeted by these laws. So why are these legislatures so eager, so hot and bothered to temporarily extend the statute of limitations? Look at the legislators who passed these laws. Ever since Me Too, you've had a raft of almost exclusively white legislators who have been accused, forced to resign, or even sent to prison for rape, sexual assault, and harassment. In 2017, Texas Congressman Blake Farenthold was forced to give up his seat after a sexual harassment scandal. In 2022, an Idaho state legislator was convicted of raping an intern and is currently serving 20 years for that. Bill Cosby was never convicted of rape, I should add. 3 months ago, a New York state lawmaker was forced to resign after accusations of sexual misconduct. In Texas, just last month, you had a state legislator who was trying to jump on the Ron DeSantis anti-groomer train, and then it came out that this damn near elderly man got a teenage aide drunk, then had sex with her, and afterwards sent her a threatening email saying she better not talk about it. Also, just last month, one of those Tennessee legislators who voted to expel those Democratic operatives was himself forced to resign over a sexual harassment scandal. And, as you would expect, California is where we've seen the worst of state lawmakers behaving badly. Since the Me Too scandal broke, at least 3 California state lawmakers have been forced to resign. In November 2017, the month after the Weinstein scandal broke, California Assemblyman Raul Bocanegra was forced to resign amidst accusations of sexual misconduct. The very next month, California Assemblyman Matt Davina was forced to resign after multiple accusations accusing him of sexual harassment and sexual assault. On February 9th of 2019, California Assemblywoman Cristina Garcia was accused by a male aide of unwanted sexual advances. She was eventually disciplined by the legislature for her language. February 22, 2018, California State Senator Tony Mendoza resigns just as the state legislature was about to vote on forcibly expelling him. And in New York, things weren't any better. May 7, 2018, New York Attorney General Eric Schneiderman resigns after 4 women accused him of sexual assault. March of 2021, New York Republican Congressman Tom Reed was accused by a lobbyist of sexually touching her. He denied the accusations, but announced that he would leave Congress a little over a year later. October of 2021, Andrew Cuomo resigned as governor of New York amidst a storm of sexual misconduct accusations. Now we see why last November New York State was so eager to extend its own statute of limitations to file civil sexual assault lawsuits, and why California did the same in January of this year. But
now, out of all those names y'all just heard, how many of y'all were aware of any of those cases outside of Andrew Cuomo? Have y'all even heard of those different names? Have y'all saw any of those different names? Anywhere talked about in the media of these people who have been found guilty? These people that he was just naming, about 10 people that has been found guilty, that was found guilty all the way from Texas to New York to California. These people were found guilty. But what the media has done is every time that claims have come out involving those 10 names you just heard, somehow Bill Cosby and R. Kelly makes the headline. Okay, let's go.
Resigned as governor of New York amidst a storm of sexual misconduct accusations. Now we see why last November New York State was so eager to extend its own statute of limitations to file civil sexual assault lawsuits, and why California did the same in January of this year. But both of those states only allowed those extensions temporarily. California's statute extension ends in 2026. New York State's extension ends sooner than that, at the end of November of this year. Now, isn't that strange? As much noise as was made about Cosby and statutes of limitations, why did they go to the unprecedented step of extending those statutes so you can sue someone for allegations from 60 years ago, but then they want to make sure that it stops after only a year in New York or after 3 years in California? Why does New York think that the so-called justice that victims are talking about is only important for the next few months? And if this issue is so serious to California's legislature, why do something as strange as make it for only 3 years? Why not make it for 4 years, or 10 years, or 5? Why 3? Doesn't that strike you as an odd number? Because that's less than the standard 4-year political term that most politicians serve. That's why. This is a one-term maneuver that they want to use to manufacture the big bad black man headlines that they need to minimize the amount of time that white legislators get bad press for their own behavior. They might as well call these laws the Accuse Cosby Act, because that's what it is. This is no different than the Mann Act, which was written specifically to go after Jack Johnson. White supremacy believes in crafting laws tailor-made to come after black men. This is not a legislative move. This is just a temporary white media stunt. They need to gin up some convenient headlines for the moment. And as much talking as the white media has done about Bill Cosby and statutes of limitations, it's obvious to everyone who this is meant to apply to, and that's the entire point. The same way you see Republicans passing laws in Florida that are meant to encourage people to sue based on certain things, you see Democrats using the exact same playbook. So as we see, these white lawmakers who are the main ones leading the charge to demonize black men, they're guilty of the very things that they're writing these statute of limitation extensions about. It's a zero-sum game. If they can't deflect attention onto a black man, then it's going to be their faces that are going to be on those headlines. It is pathetically, putridly obvious that the white media has been running an operation to get their own necks out of the noose. January 2.
It sounds like a design. It sounds like a well-oiled machine, man. It sounds like a well-oiled machine. It never fails, and we as black people, we see it because we talk about it amongst each other. That we say, "Wow!" Every time, if R. Kelly name come up in the media, if Bill Cosby name come up in the media, if Cuba Gooding Jr. name come up in the media, you know what we say? Well, we always look and say, what's going on? What's really going on? You have, every time you hear a new headline involving R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, anyone, you have to go back. You have to go and look into the news and see what's really going on behind the scenes, because they have been using our people to cover up their crimes forever. This shit is strategic.
In 2018, Woody Allen's daughter accuses him of sexual abuse and sexual assault.
Did y'all hear that? Woody Allen's daughter accuses him of sexual abuse and sexual assault. Is that the same girl that he adopted and groomed? Is that the same girl that he adopted and groomed? Is this the same little girl that Woody Allen adopted and groomed and married? Let's listen, man.
Then it's going to be their faces that are going to be on those headlines. It is pathetically, putridly obvious that the white media has been running an operation to get their own necks out of the noose. January 2018, Woody Allen's daughter accuses him of sexual abuse and sexual assault. A few months later, Bill Cosby was falsely convicted in 2018.
Do y'all see the timing of that? Did y'all hear the timing? Listen at the timing. Listen to the timing.
Woody Allen's daughter accuses him of sexual abuse and sexual assault that are going to be on those headlines. It is pathetically, putridly obvious that the white media has been running an operation to get their own necks out of the noose. January 2018, Woody Allen's daughter accuses him of sexual abuse and sexual assault. A few months later, Bill Cosby was falsely convicted in 2018. And a few months after that, The New Yorker publishes a follow-up to Ronan Farrow's Weinstein piece. This time, the subject is the infamous CEO of CBS, Les Moonves. At least 6 women were accusing him of everything from sexual harassment to sexual assault. By September of 2018, following an internal investigation by CBS, Les Moonves was forced to step down. January 3rd, 2019, Lifetime, which is partially owned by the Walt Disney Corporation, put out the Surviving R. Kelly series. 7 months later, R. Kelly is charged by the feds in New York, based largely because of that so-called series. This was a case of the white media and the government working together. And just to show that this was a coordinated effort, just a few weeks after the Lifetime R. Kelly series debuted, HBO debuted their own Michael Jackson smear piece, Leaving Neverland, at the Sundance Film Festival.
Do y'all hear this? Do y'all hear this? Man, this timeline is so put together, you can put it on like a pair of jeans.
At least 6 women were accusing him of everything from sexual harassment to sexual assault. By September of 2018, following an internal investigation by CBS, Les Moonves was forced to step down. January 3rd, 2019, Lifetime, which is partially owned by the Walt Disney Corporation, put out the Surviving R. Kelly series. 7 months later, R. Kelly is charged by the feds in New York, based largely because of that so-called series. This was a case of the white media and the government working together. And just to show that this was a coordinated effort, just a few weeks after the Lifetime R. Kelly series debuted, HBO debuted their own Michael Jackson smear piece, Leaving Neverland, at the Sundance Film Festival. Now, something important needs to be noted. Documentaries and series take a long time to do. Anyone who follows the development of movies or TV series knows that. Just ask brothers like TBA or Tariq how long it takes them to make their documentaries. It's not a short and quick process. Documentaries by these big companies take at least a year to do. So for Leaving Neverland and Surviving R. Kelly to both come out in January of 2019, that means HBO and Lifetime had both begun working on these things since around the time of the Weinstein scandal. Remember?
Y'all hear that? Hold on, because I always have to go back here. That's why you got to keep the receipts. You got to keep the receipts. So they were recording Surviving R. Kelly during 2018. But this here is from the court where Darren McDavid talks about despite possessing the tape and having known about the allegations for decades, the government declined to bring charges. Indeed, it declined to do so on multiple occasions. See 10/3/2005 FBI ORI closing the Kelly investigation. Now, this is in 2018. May 31st, 2018, the FBI ORI closing the case file of new accusations against Kelly. Instead, it did nothing while being fully aware the allegations and possessing evidence for decades. As a result, they let substantial pieces of evidence get lost in time. So this is my thing. The FBI was investigating him as well as Lifetime in the background are recording a docu-series using employees and former employees of Mr. Kelly who all had motives and agendas to bring Mr. Kelly down. They all had motives and agendas to bring Mr. Kelly down. If the man had committed a crime, he was being investigated by the FBI in 2018. Why wasn't no charges brought in 2018? So they strategically planned this documentary. They strategically put this documentary out. And then they strategically brought charges against this man after a docu-series. But let's go back. And this is so sad because Leaving Neverland, y'all remember who was the promoters of that? Gayle King, Oprah Winfrey. Okay. Make your people proud, Oprah. Make your people proud, Gayle.
Government working together. And just to show that this was a coordinated effort, just a few weeks after the Lifetime R. Kelly series debuted, HBO debuted their own Michael Jackson smear piece, Leaving Neverland, at the Sundance Film Festival. Now, something important needs to be noted. Documentaries and series take a long time to do. Anyone who follows the development of movies or TV series knows that. Just ask brothers like TBA or Tariq how long it takes them to make their documentaries. It's not a short and quick process. Documentaries by these big companies take at least a year to do. So for Leaving Neverland and Surviving R. Kelly to both come out in January of 2019, that means HBO and Lifetime had both begun working on these things since around the time of the Weinstein scandal. Remember, Ronan Farrow's New Yorker piece that blew the Weinstein scandal wide open was published in October 2017. Now, it takes a year for them to make these documentaries, or in the case of R. Kelly, a TV series. From the time somebody does their first pitch to the time that it makes it to air is about a year. So that being the case, you can already tell that they began working on that thing for all of 2018 and at least a little bit of 2017. That proves that Lifetime and HBO are pursuing an agenda. As soon as they saw a white man being exposed and how massive the coverage Weinstein was getting, they began mobilizing in late 2018 to put together some racial counter-programming. They saw the nonstop parade of white men who were being dragged in the media, and they made up their minds that they needed to go ahead and manufacture a steady barrage of black faces to put out there instead. This way, the public would get the false impression that there's just this avalanche of black men doing bad, and that this is who the real sexual predators are. October 2019, Cuba Gooding Jr. is accused of unwanted sexual touching and is dragged into court on criminal charges. January 2020, Lifetime puts out its second season of Surviving R. Kelly. The steady drumbeat of making black men the face of sexual assault in America continues. A few weeks later, on February 24th, 2020, Harvey Weinstein is convicted of rape. At that point, he was the only high-profile white media figure to actually be dragged into court on criminal charges and convicted. That is, until just last week. June 2021, the illegal constitutional violation of Bill Cosby's rights is predictably overturned on appeal, and he's released. The white media was beside itself with rage ever since. 3 months after that, R. Kelly is convicted in federal court. January of 2022, Showtime had their bootlick, Kamau Bell, put out their propaganda piece, "We Need to Talk About Cosby." Showtime is owned by Paramount, the same company which also owns CBS, which Les Moonves was the chairman of. September of 2022, in a case that smells suspiciously like double jeopardy, R. Kelly is put on trial again, this time in Chicago for basically the same charges as in New York. He's convicted again. And in January of this year, Lifetime takes a victory lap with a third season of Surviving R. Kelly, this after he's been convicted. They call it the final chapter, but of course, when it comes to bashing black men, that's really not something that the white media takes a break on. Now, of course, there were other black men who the white media tried to make a run at seeing if they could lynch them in the media, but Cosby and Kelly were the only two that they got to the point of a trial. And as we saw with Cosby, they had to break the law in order to engineer a conviction against him. So
if they had to break the law to bring charges against Cosby, they have done the same thing with R. Kelly. They have done the same thing with Robert Kelly. They have broke the law in order to convict him.
We Need to Talk About Cosby. Showtime is owned by Paramount, the same company which also owns CBS, which Les Moonves was the chairman of. September of 2022, in a case that smells suspiciously like double jeopardy, R. Kelly is put on trial again, this time in Chicago for basically the same charges as in New York. He's convicted again. And in January of this year, Lifetime takes a victory lap with a third season of Surviving R. Kelly, this after he's been convicted. They call it the final chapter, but of course, when it comes to bashing black men, that's really not something that the white media takes a break on. Now, of course, there were other black men who the white media tried to make a run at seeing if they could lynch them in the media, but Cosby and Kelly were the only two that they got to the point of a trial. And as we saw with Cosby, they had to break the law in order to engineer a conviction against him. So we see that there's been this blatantly coordinated effort by the white media to maintain a steady drumbeat of images and claims and stories about black men being the rapists. Since October 2017, people have been talking about Weinstein and Kevin Spacey and Les Moonves and Paul Haggis and Charlie Rose, Matt Lauer, Louis C.K., Don Hewitt. And then we saw the white media abruptly decide that they're not going to be covering those guys anymore. And instead, we saw a steady stream of headlines about basically two black men. It's meant to throw up a wall of white noise. As long as we're talking or arguing about Cosby, nobody's talking about the Les Moonveses out there. If the statute of limitations has been extended in California, then shouldn't people be looking into Les Moonves? But then again, as the black media has shown you, the LAPD themselves were personally protecting Les Moonves. You had an LAPD captain, Corey Polka, who I told you about on this channel. Then Captain Polka was exposed as being Moonves's man on the scene inside the LAPD, and he said that he gave Moonves his allegiance. His words, I'm not making that up. The week that Moonves was forced out of CBS, his buddy Polka sent him a note saying, "I will always stand with, by, and pledge my allegiance to you." Gee, if only he showed that level of devotion and allegiance to the people of Los Angeles. The city wouldn't be the crime-infested trash heap it is. But unfortunately, the cops out there are far more interested in hobnobbing with studio executives and having pictures taken with the stars than they are with small things like law enforcement. Serve and protect indeed. They serve white media executives and protect them from the legal consequences of their own behavior. When the accusations were made against Moonves in 2017, Polka immediately handed what was supposed to be a confidential report over to CBS executives. And he also made sure that Moonves was given the information as well.
Do y'all see this? Now, don't this sound like the same shit that happened with R. Kelly? Listen. The same thing that happened with R. Kelly. Listen at this, y'all.
Of their own behavior. When the accusations were made against Moonves in 2017, Polka immediately handed what was supposed to be a confidential report over to CBS executives. And he also made sure that Moonves was given the information as well. That report gave the name of the accuser as well as her address. Now, whatever became of this revelation, you might ask? A LAPD captain, not a patrolman, not a sergeant, but a captain, violated department procedures and the law by giving a suspect a confidential report. Moonves had not been charged with anything, mind you, so he had no constitutional right to confront his accuser because he had not been charged, hence he had not been accused.
So this police officer took it upon himself to give the defendant, which was his friend, a copy of a confidential police report that showed the person who was suing him, who was coming against him, and showed the guy the address of the accuser as well. Now, in R. Kelly case, you got BOP officers allegedly. So now we got to ask ourselves, because we've been saying this, does BOP Officer A exist? We've been asking this question. Does a BOP Officer A exist? Could this have been done directly from the federal government themselves? Could the federal government themselves be directly responsible for giving the information for the star witness to flip against R. Kelly? Could the federal government be directly connected to giving R. Kelly's jail records, confidential phone calls, and emails to the star witness to flip her in this case? Now, this is a police officer that did the same thing now.
Pictures taken with the stars than they are with small things like law enforcement. Serve and protect indeed. They serve white media executives and protect them from the legal consequences of their own behavior. When the accusations were made against Moonves in 2017, Polka immediately handed what was supposed to be a confidential report over to CBS executives. And he also made sure that Moonves was given the information as well. That report gave the name of the accuser as well as her address. Now, whatever became of this revelation, you might ask? A LAPD captain, not a patrolman, not a sergeant, but a captain, violated department procedures and the law by giving a suspect a confidential report. Moonves had not been charged with anything, mind you, so he had no constitutional right to confront his accuser because he had not been charged, hence he had not been accused. So Moonves had no legal right to see that report, and Polka had no legal right to give it to anyone. So what happened? Did Polka get suspended? Of course not. Nothing happened. Polka was allowed to retire in 2021.
Did y'all just hear that? Did Officer A get fired? No. Officer A was able to retire, right? Okay. I know I'm not the only one that's hearing this.
You might ask. A LAPD captain, not a patrolman, not a sergeant, but a captain, violated department procedures and the law by giving a suspect a confidential report. Moonves had not been charged with anything, mind you. So he had no constitutional right to confront his accuser because he had not been charged, hence he had not been accused. So Moonves had no legal right to see that report, and Polka had no legal right to give it to anyone. So what happened? Did Polka get suspended? Of course not. Nothing happened. Polka was allowed to retire in 2021 after 34 years of allegiance to Les Moonves.
Why is that so similar to the same thing that took place in R. Kelly case? Officer A was not fired. Officer A was able to retire. We ain't tripping at all.
So if we're looking at Bill Cosby, and we're going to go back 50 plus years to try to gin up a case against him, then let's go back 35 years or so to look at what Les Moonves was doing. But the white media is asking no questions about that, same way the LAPD hasn't. The white executives who run the white media are desperate to keep attention off themselves, and the white legislators are also desperate to keep attention off of themselves. You just had a member of the Texas legislature expelled for accusations of sexual misconduct, and then you had Danny Masterson, the star of that 70s show, convicted for raping 2 women, and as we all know, that means they'd have to find a black man to drag. That's what's going on here. At this point, everyone can see the pattern because it's excruciatingly clear, as it's meant to be, and if you deny it, you're a liar, an idiot, or both. Even if you're one of these people, the Shea Butter Twitter crowd who hates
Cosby has no criminal convictions. But look at what they reported. Cosby has no criminal convictions, but look what they reported. Cosby was convicted in Pennsylvania on 3 felony counts of aggravated indecent assault in 2018, charged with drug and assaulting Andre Constant in 2004. Boy, these new media outlets is hell. But let's go, man.
Black men to their core, you still can't deny that Bill Cosby has been a dry well for these white supremacists. It keeps blowing up in their faces. Danny Masterson, on the other hand, was convicted of raping 2 women, something Bill Cosby has never done. Masterson was the star of a hit TV show, just like Cosby, but the white media decided that that didn't rise to the level of actually covering the investigation of that trial. They gave sporadic mention to it at best, so the public just assumes that there was nothing important about Danny Masterson, and that was the point. Meanwhile, they took a D-list nobody like Jussie Smollett and acted like he was the Lindbergh baby kidnapping or something, just like they did with O.J. Simpson. It's not about the law, it's about race. Danny Masterson is, or is it was now, a member of Scientology. Now, Scientology has been assailed and accused of being a cult by its own members, some of them high-profile stars like Leah Remini. So given Scientology's long-standing and notorious reputation, it seems a no-brainer that Lifetime or HBO or all these white media networks should have been doing Surviving Danny Masterson series or documentaries. Kamau Bell should drag his head out of Paramount's behind and do another so-called documentary about the abuse that religious institutions carry out. Kamau Bell wanted to run his mouth about abuse of power. Well, with Danny Masterson's rapes, you have a situation where religion, celebrity, and money intersect. And he's not saying anything about that. He doesn't even care about it. Les Moonves, one of the most powerful media executives of all time. In his case, you have an intersection of fame, money, media, and the corrupt LAPD. Kamau Bell hasn't even tweeted about it. Perhaps that's because Moonves worked for the same Paramount Corporation that also owns Showtime, who financed and broadcast Kamau Bell's slanderous hit piece against Cosby. If Kamau Bell was an honest broker for truth and not some pathetic paid operative, then he ought to be making noise about making a documentary about Les Moonves. Because, as Kamau Bell said, this is about men abusing power, right? No, wait. That's not what Kamau Bell actually said. He said his documentary on Bill Cosby was about black men abusing their power. Black men have no power in this society.
And that's the question. When did black men gain power in this society? What world is this motherfucker living in where black man has power? It's the delusion for me.
Kamau Dumbbell didn't even finance that mockumentary that he put out. He had to have a white media company do it for him. It wouldn't have existed without their money. But he didn't give much mention of that. And you don't see any other white media operatives trying to make a crusade about this either. Same way you haven't seen anyone in the white media making a crusade out of going after Woody Allen. Now, I understand why Ronan Farrow, who is Woody Allen's son, isn't touching that one. He said he believed his sister's accusations, but he went no further than that. My problem is nobody else is either. Nobody's making a jihad out of going after Roman Polanski either. You don't see any topless thoughts deciding to photobomb him in public, do you? You don't see anybody who's calling themselves running up on him. And it's not as if nobody knows where he is. Hell, he's been working openly. He's been the belle of the ball at all of those European award ceremonies. He frequently gets visited by the rich and famous of Hollywood like Harrison Ford and Alec Deadeye Baldwin. But nobody's going at Roman Polanski. That's how you know all that stuff with Cosby that they were doing, the women who were getting in front of the cameras and performing, it was all staged by the white media. That's why nobody's coming at Roman Polanski. In fact, we see the white media trying to rehabilitate Roman Polanski's image. The only reason that rapist's name came back to prominence was because of an independent documentary that got made about him. But HBO and Showtime, Paramount, they all have millions of dollars to devote to attacking Bill Cosby, to devote to attacking black men in general. But then when someone says we need to talk about Woody Allen, or we need to talk about Roman Polanski, who everyone agrees is a pedophile and a child rapist, when someone says we need to talk about Les Moonves, we need to talk to his victims, all of a sudden the white media says, let's change the subject. You have the propaganda arm of white supremacy working hand in hand with the administrative arm, the government, and they're both pursuing a program of accusing black men and then manufacturing a legal basis to drag them into court and pretend as if it's just the biggest story in the world, but making sure to never apply those standards to white offenders. So no matter how guilty Les Moonves is, 6 women accused him, by the way, it won't be an issue in the white media, and the LAPD have made it clear they refuse to move on it either. It's about making black men the whipping boy and making sure black men stay the whipping boy.
Man. Boy. I tell y'all, man, when I listened to that video the other day, when I listen to videos like that, it's more so confirmation. It's more so confirmation for me, because I already felt as if things that were going on it was more to the things that were going on. But to hear it and for it to be put into perspective the way that Professor Black Truth put it, it was only confirmation for me. Like, damn, this is everything that we've been talking about. This is everything that we've been trying to point out. But our people are so against each other till we can't come together to present our argument to the world without each other trying to take one another out. This brother just put together what we've been speaking about for the last 5 years, going on 5 years. This brother just put it together And we, as a culture of people, we have been saying this and thinking this and talking about this, but we can't seem to get together to be on one accord to push this out and say, look, we see what's going on. We not going for it. We want accountability to be held on each side. You know, we see the media and what the media is doing as far as what they choose to report and what they choose not to report. Every time these accusations, like the guy say, it's called whitewalling. When they push blacks out in front of the news media headlines to cover up what the whites are being charged and convicted with. It was crazy when I first saw this, and I was like, wow, this is everything that we've been. For him to, do you hear he say the police, the sergeant, gave a confidential police report to the man that was being accused that showed who was accusing him and also the address.
Wow.
Sooner or later, then all of a sudden the charges were dropped. Then the sergeant himself, he was never charged. Then he was able to retire. When we listen to that right there in its totality, all we can think about is Officer A, never charged. Officer A, able to retire. It's the reason why I question, does Officer A exist? Or is, Officer A has to be a federal worker and not no goddamn prison guard or prison disciplinary person. That's just what was said. Because if Officer A was just a regular guard or a prison worker, man, they would not be protecting this person the way that they are. What's up, brother Jeff?
Big Vibe, what's going on, my guy? Everybody in the chat, peace and blessings to you. Wow, that was a powerful, powerful video. Shout out to Professor Truth. So I was just, letting you, get your breakdown in before I, said anything. But I used to always listen to his videos. I got to get back tuned in with him. But the thing that is so, was really unfortunate is the fact that what we always speak about is the injustice of it. And the way that the media has mind manipulated the people to hate somebody at the drop of a hat. And you know what I'm saying? Right. And then they do this, these false narratives and this propaganda campaign to paint you in the general public, and we fall for it every time. And you got people that's sitting up there that's against R. Kelly, that for whatever reason I would say it'd be their moral compass doesn't resonate. I get that. It's a lot of things my moral compass doesn't resonate with. Right. But when we talk about the injustice and we see how this brother, Professor Truth, just outlined the timeline from A to Z and how all these other individuals, our white counterparts, were at the dozens, what I'm saying, being charged and convicted for the same crime, but they had to use a black face as the poster child. And we as a people made it that much more easier by jumping on that bandwagon and throwing our brother under the bus instead of evaluating the facts in the case. That brother did his homework, he did his research, he had it all timed out. our people, me, you, and the brothers that be on the panel, we do our research. You know what I'm saying? But the average person, it seems like the majority of our people don't. They just run with whatever they hear the media say. And it's like, oh, y'all just some super fans. No, if you look at it for what it is, how that brother just outlined, you are a victim of racism, white supremacy through media mind manipulation. That's what it is. Because the same, like you said, it's identical. It mirrors what happened in R. Kelly case, what happened with this other situation. That's not by coincidence. That's a formula that they have created to take black men down, to throw it off on us. You know what I'm saying? Whether you think that, whatever you think the man guilty or not, it's not even about that anymore. It's about an obvious injustice and them telling lies to your vision, television. Playing the mind tricks on your mind, making you think one thing is this, but in actuality, you don't even know what you're looking at, because they have created a whole different reality that's artificial to make you feel some type of way, because they have sat back and studied you. They know how you gonna react before they even put the play together. They know how you gonna react. And we fall for it every time. That is the saddest part of what, you know what I'm saying, this situation when I was listening to that brother, because he could lay it out 1,000 times. And we could take it and doing what you're doing, which is a great thing, and recycle it to the people and add our intelligence and our brilliance on it. And man, the people that get it, but it's so sad the ones that don't. And that's why we keep falling short as a people. So hopefully one day, like Tupac said, he'll spark the mind of the person that will be able to change the world. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to tap in. I got off work a little early. I said, oh, Vine Live, let me go see what bro talking about. Yeah, man, but that's the part that's really most unfortunate to me. You know, is that people that don't grasp, you know, we sit there and explain it, and they just water the message down on some super fan stuff, and it's bigger than that. Like they are creating and have created laws around these situations that will affect our children.
You know what, too, though, Jeff? What I gather from people, just generally, a lot of these people have spoken so soon to their pride won't allow them to reverse what they once said because of the thought of how people gonna look at them.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? A lot of people, they do shit for other people to, you know, can't nobody, I don't need another person to, you know, tell me you doing a good job. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're doing the right thing, you know you're doing a good job. I appreciate it. But when people come out and they speak negative about situations, then we've seen it so many times. It's way easier for people to hop on the train just sitting still versus somebody trying to hop on the train that's moving. A lot of these people, they hop on these narratives just rolling and spinning out in the media, but then, you know what I'm saying, that narrative just sits there. They don't want to go look. They don't want to go past that. They just want that surface level thinking, as we always talk about. They don't want to have to exercise their brain. They don't want to have to read. They don't want to have to research. They don't want to look like the one in the room that's not getting along with nobody. You know, they want to just go along and get along. And that's so sad. Our people have been conditioned to feel like that shit is okay.
Yep.
You should question everything.
Question everything.
You should question. And now, as a kid, I understand. You be told this, you told it, you grow up. But the older you get in life, the more you should start questioning. Because even when you become grown, of course, my parents taught me, my grandparents taught me, but everything that my parents and my grandparents taught me wasn't correct. It was somewhere in that it was somewhere in the ballpark, but they were only teaching me what they were taught. And somewhere somebody has to break the cycle and say, you know what, I'm gonna go and research this.
Yeah. That's the sheep mentality that you're illustrating. People more today than ever are sheep. They just follow the crowd. You know what I'm saying? They just follow and follow and follow to their own detriment. When,
man, boy, you know what? Since you said that sheep, sheep follow and they never put in. You notice one. You ever notice what they don't do?
Never leave.
When sheep follow, they have their heads down.
Yep.
That's a good narrative. That's a good point you just made. Most of the time you see sheep in a herd, most of these motherfuckers have their heads down, but they all go in the same direction.
You said it. They all got their head down. They're not looking. They just following. They just so trusting of what's in front of them. What's leading them? They don't know that. Hey, I might want to look up. We might be all walking off a cliff.
Right.
If I don't look up.
Right. That's the point right there. You could have avoided. You could have saved your life if you would have looked up at least 2 minutes ago. 1 minute ago. How the hell we go from a herd of 40 to down to 10 and you still ain't questioning shit?
Right. Like, come on, man. You still like, well, this nigga in front of me still walking, so I'm gonna keep walking.
That's it. Man, that's a hell of a faith base to have, But our brother Tyrese, man, he was just I got something from my brother Tyrese, man. He spoke, and I gotta go see if I can find it. Tyrese had a message for Vlad as well, but he was speaking with Big Boy the other day. I'm not sure when it was, but he spoke with Big Boy, and this is what Tyrese had to say. Tyrese, we have to make sure that we continue to keep Tyrese relevant, because what he's talking about now, these people are going to start to come for him. Even more so. They already been coming for him, but they really finna start coming at him because he's speaking the truth.
Oh, yeah.
As much as I'm supposed to be promoting this movie and talking about my album, I just feel like we're in competition right now because they are trying to normalize the devil. They are trying to the devil is on the main stage at award shows and in every video and signs and symbols. And I said, you know what? We need to stop treating our relationship with Jesus like the little buddy that you talk to before you go to bed at night, and not be more vocal about all the things that God means to us and all of the things that God has brought us through. Because there's been a lot of moments that you didn't post about, but yet how did God decide to get me through this?
Yeah, man.
And they going above and beyond to promote the devil. And it's pissing me off because the devil worshipers used to be real secretive, going down in the basement, this secret world. Now they just
they on the device too.
Yeah,
believe that. Yeah. I do want to come back, and I want to.
He said a lot,
man.
Was saying a little. And when he said they bringing this shit on stage, do y'all remember was that Rihanna? The Sam Smith?
Yeah.
Was that the Grammys? What award show that was? When they had the shit on the stage?
Oh, yeah. I think Niecy Mo was just saying something about even it's on down to the gospel industry now, music industry, where they said something. She said one of those, I don't know the name, but it was a gospel artist that sat up there and said something about um the goat is gonna be God, and the something the lion gonna bow down to the goat or something. And we all know what the goat in science is symbol, in symbology, with those secret society y'all stand for.
Mm-hmm.
So if y'all getting bold enough where y'all putting that in gospel music, and people are not even challenging it, or they're not even aware to challenge it. They might be ignorant. But man, Tyrese is spot on, man. The devil was running amok right now. And I was just, having this conversation really with myself. I'll be having to talk to myself sometimes, because
sometimes it get like that, man.
Man, I was like, man, they was talking about the music, and if music is influential, and I said it's very influential, because people play, like, you listen to certain music when you want to be in certain moods. Like, if you want to be like in a relaxing mood, you will play certain type of music. You might play some jazz or some R&B. If you want to go to the gym and you want to get pumped up, you might throw on some amped up music. You know what I'm saying? If you want to, clean your house or your apartment, you might throw on some other type of music. You know what I'm saying? So music can really alter the mind. So when how we grew up, we listened to different forms of music. So we might have listened to the amped up music, but we also listen to relaxing music. We enjoy R&B as well as hip hop, right? But this new generation right now, they don't have no in between. All they listen to is drill.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so it's no time out to regroup and reset. So they stay on go. They stay on ignorance.
Mm-hmm. And we have real soul music. We have blues, man. Blues, when blues singers was talking about real life situations. These were real stories that these people was. It wasn't perpetuating a lifestyle like now music is about. Music, you got to be able to sell an image to people that you may not live. You know what I'm saying? You might come out with guns and be against all this, but then that's what you're doing in your video. But then in real life, when that video is over with, you being a father to your child, you, like they say, like even with the Cardi B thing, when she say, I don't allow my daughter to listen to my music. But you got 90% of the world, black people, allow their daughters to listen to your music.
Exactly.
So exactly. I feel as though this. If you feel like the music is degrading to your daughter for your daughter to listen to, you shouldn't put it out for nobody else's daughter to even listen to.
Right.
So that makes it that's you even more so guilty of what you're doing, because now you are aware.
When you're aware of what you're doing, you're accountable for what you're doing.
You just as guilty. Because you spoke and say you don't allow your daughter to listen to it, but you put it out for other daughters. You should feel the same. You should have had that same sympathy for other women in this world that have daughters growing up.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, that's the whole thing with a lot of artists, I believe, would like to make more positive music. Like, for example, and I love Lil Durk. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's just been brought to my attention that, he's been trying to, switch it up a little bit and put more of a positive image out there. He has been doing that with, with his talks with the mayor, and also, he was doing he just did a song with J. Cole.
Yeah, the song J. Cole more definitely dope. But then he talked about, trying to change his image, but they don't want that though.
Yeah, not his core fans is like, oh, he getting soft. It's like R&B. They don't give these artists room to grow. I mean, the man 30 years old now. You think he's gonna be talking about the same stuff he did 20 years ago? I mean, not 20, but 10 years ago.
10 years ago, right? And Ronnie Bo made a good statement about that. He said, when you sign to these majors, you have to really construct your deal. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't construct your deal, you might get a major deal, but then they tell you that I got creative control, like over your image and what you put out. So it's just like the R. Kelly situation with, like, R. Kelly come out on the love letter, say, he said, I want to introduce the world to Robert. I don't want this to be no R. Kelly. I don't want this to be the Pied Piper, the weatherman. He went through his different personas. He said, I don't want this album to portray that. I want the people to introduce the world to Robert. And at the same time, he can want to introduce the world. He was done at this time. He could do that. But early in his career, it was what they want. They want to continue to push that sexual music, and that's what that same thing that same character that they helped build up was the same character that they try to use to destroy this man. All because he felt he didn't want to do it no more. He said, "Look, I'm not doing that no more." The man gospel and everything. The man he's so talented and has success in so many different lanes that he don't have to sing sexual music no more. But a lot of these, that's the issue that now that's going on with the artists, is that the labels are controlling their creative control and what they put out. You can't make music like this. We need you. Yeah, the last song you rap talk about guns and shoot 5 niggas and killing 2 women, like that right there. Oh yeah, they got 10 million views, so we need something like that again. Because if you come out with a record talking about I love you, it may not do that. So when you put out a successful, when you successful, depending on what brings your success, is gonna determine how your career go.
Yeah, and like you said, bro, the image that they perpetuate to build you up is the same one that they use to tear you down. And when you don't want to play ball no more, so to speak, you know what I'm saying?
Right. But they're not talking about Robert Kelly in the news. They talking about R. Kelly. R. Kelly. Who was R. Kelly? R. Kelly was the label.
Mm-hmm.
What up, J Rock?
Big Vibe, what's going on?
Not much, man. We on early today, man.
Bro, Jeff, what's happening with you?
Jay Rizzle, what's going on, bro? How you feeling?
Man, I'm doing all right. Look, I'm still working on my break for a few minutes, so I was a little shocked when he came on early. I was like, oh shit, okay, he came on for a few. So I said, let me go ahead and jump on it right quick. That was a powerful video that Professor Black Truth put out.
Hey, when I heard Professor Black laying out that outline, I said, that sound like J Rock on there giving them that work, man.
Bro, hey, I probably would have. I got to give him props for that. I'm like, shoot, I'm gonna have to steal that timeline myself. So since you're bringing up videos, Vi, I just put a video in a private chat. So if you want to go ahead and check that one out, it was one I mentioned before, but I think it's very relevant. It's the Beehive ATL interview with Big Gip. It's about 7 minutes. And everything y'all talked about in regards to what Tyrese has been talking about, what y'all been talking about in the industry, the music that the direction R. Kelly wanted to take his music in, and it is very, very relevant. Some people may have already seen it, may have heard it, but I think it's something that would definitely drop your jaw if you haven't already heard it.
Hold on real quick.
But hey, Jeff, one other question. What days is your podcast on? What's called the King Crux?
Oh, the Kingpin, the Crux Show.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's every Saturday night, 11 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Okay. So y'all on for like about a couple hours?
Yeah, we only on for like 2 hours from 11 to 1 a.m. You on Central Standard Time too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 11 o'clock your time if you up. If you catch the playback or something, we just be kicking it though.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So I'm definitely gonna have to jump on with y'all on that. But yeah, man. But I wanted to come on right quick, and just drop in. Shout out to everybody in the chat once again and everything. I mean, Professor Black Truth laid out in that video. I was like, damn. I mean, it's an orchestrated hit. It's a certified playbook.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you see the formula. Like it mirrors what happened with Kids, the situation he was talking about with the officer having that they ain't get fired. They just retired. Just a lot of different things that coincide. It mirrors the same situation. They do the same play every time, and it's like, how do we keep falling for the same strategy? And then, but see, that's why I say, like, I'll be feeling so bad because these people be thinking like, man, no, we just love Kale's music and all this here. No, it's an orchestrated hit, like you said, and it's a strategy, and you are actually a victim of media mind manipulation. You should be outraged. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, Jeff. You want to know what really raised my eyebrows? Was when he was going through the video, and Big Vi was kind of scanning through it, and when he brought up the states that had the temporary,
New York and California only.
Right. What was it?
They temporarily raised the statute of limitations.
Yeah, raised the statute of limitations at that point. And I was like, those 3 states when it said New York, California, and Nevada. And R. Kelly was linked because he's supposed to have took for the Mann Act for the so-called witness in California. Plus, the so-called star witness was actually in Las Vegas.
She went from California to Las Vegas.
Right. When he said that about those 3 states, I was like, are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
Man, that was deep, wasn't it?
Bruh, man, I needed a drink after that.
Man, when I heard it yesterday, bro, when I heard this yesterday, I said, ain't no what it. Like I say, it's more so confirmation versus like, wow, like this is shit that we've been talking about. But to hear it laid out the way that it is laid out, it was like, damn, they really did this shit.
Yeah, it's refreshing to hear it coming from somebody that's not so much so a supporter. You know what I'm saying? Somebody that's not even probably even, into the case. Like they just conscious and aware enough to see the play and call it out. It's like you said, the same thing we've been trying to tell people for years, and to hear somebody else on the other side of the country that may not even be aware that we exist, see the same exact thing that we've been illustrating for years. That's very refreshing. And it's another brother, and I'm pretty sure J-Rock is and Big Vi, and I know Lil Mac, what up, Lil Mac, are aware of, and I think that the rest of the the people in the family in the chat should be aware of is Tariq Nasheed.
Oh yeah.
Now he definitely speaks on the how they the tricks that racist or white supremacy plays with media and mind manipulation. You know what I'm saying? Like he's like,
What she
man, we
gonna
can't
say? But she
co-sign.
was never with Robert Atkinson. See, the text messages she told her in the text message that when she went to California, she was at the hotel. He was never there. She went to Vegas. He was in the R&B. He was in the fucking tour bus. See, he said traffic was fucked up. She left Vegas before he even made it to Vegas. So she was in these places by herself. But they still charge him. But I mean, that shit all temporary though. It's all finna come to an end in due time. It's just a process, man. In this process, we have to trust it because it's all in God's hand. But when this shit come out and it hit the fan, that's why they trying to get that restitution money so bad. Because this case get overturned before they get restitution, then shit, they ain't gonna get shit. And then another thing I want to say also to the media. I'm probably gonna have to upload it to the media. But y'all running around talking about the federal government look to seize R. Kelly money, to pay these victims, these $4 million and all this shit. Do y'all not recall Jennifer Bunjean challenging that shit? And it got denied because R. Kelly, the only reason why it was won was due to default.
They just conveniently leaving everything out.
Yeah, it said here is the payment. Heather Williams, R. Kelly. It say the parties having appeared before the court on defendant's petition to vacate void default judgment order pursuant to 735 LLS 52. Well, it's like case law. The court found that there is no evidence in the record that defendant received notice. The judgment is voided and the petition is granted. So what the fuck are they trying to get money for?
Mm-hmm.
Why are they sitting up here saying that this R. Kelly owed this woman $4 million?
For what?
The shit was voided.
The question is why are they trying to make such a big deal out of this money?
J-Rock, I just told you. They know that this shit finna get overturned. So they not gonna get nothing if it get overturned. So they trying to, while they got this conviction sitting, they trying to get this money right now because if the case get overturned, then there is no reason for restitution.
Mm-hmm.
But see, the thing is, what they don't realize, even if you try to do that and this gets overturned anyway, because it's still gonna take you a while. It's still gonna take a while for them to get that money anyway. And then
if they seize it though, the thing about it, if they seize it from Sony, because they going directly to Sony to get them, they want Sony to release the money. So what it's saying is he have money sitting in Sony that's sitting there. They trying to take it, so which they will get it. If Sony is made to release it, but the thing about this shit is Sony is a part of the fucking setup. So do they want to give their money away?
So you know what that is? That's like that whole front about that whole plane with the banner on the back talking about R. Kelly a predator, drop him.
Yeah.
Even though Sony had a hand in that too. It's the same play. It's the same play. All they doing is they trying to create the story, talking about, well, we asking Sony for the money and everything else. No, you ain't asking Sony for no damn money.
No, because Sony ain't finna pay y'all because they already paid y'all. They paid to use y'all.
Why is Sony gonna pay the so-called victims? Well, actually, no, I'm sorry. We ain't gonna use that word. Accusers. Why is Sony gonna pay those accusers any money when they had the same accusers on Surviving R. Kelly based on a network that they run anyway?
Right.
Mhm.
And look at this. This is something else the other day that Levi pointed out, right? And we talking about the star witness. So what we pointed out was her in the text messages asking her mama, did she talk? Asked her mom, had she talked to R. Kelly? Now, this was from the transcripts from the court. She was asked by Kenny, about getting the defendant number. They say, how were you able to get the defendant phone number? She say, well, when I realized that I did not have the right number, I did. I say I happened to be on my mom's phone for something, and I did see she had been texting the defendant. And you testified and said that you didn't know that your mama was texting the defendant.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing, man? What's up, Big Vi? My big bro Jeff, brother J Rock, man. How y'all boy living, man? It's good
What
to
up,
hear from y'all.
man?
Yo, I
Hey,
want to
man.
interject on that. Oh yeah, what's up, man? Jeff, you good, bro?
Yeah, man. It got some good weather out here, so I've been a little under the weather. I had a little head cold, but other than that, I'm feeling a lot better than I was last week. But yeah,
Okay,
man.
hope you
Let me
wish you a
ask y'all
speedy
something before
recovery,
we look
brother.
back get to going, man. How did Ann Donnelly not impeach this shit?
But
So
you know what, Mac? Little Mac,
Kenny
before you go
said,
right quick, big.
hold on. I'm
Yeah,
gonna say
yeah,
this real quick.
yeah. I got
Kenny
to dip
asked
on now.
her,
I got to go back to work. Though. That's what I was saying. So, but I want to thank you for having me on. I appreciate
I'm gonna
everybody.
play that video too.
Okay.
All
Oh, come
right,
on back, J
Jay.
Rock. Yeah, make your calls, bro.
All right.
So Kenny asked her after she said after he asked her about getting the defendant phone number. Kenny asked her again. All right. So did you learn that your mom had in fact been communicating with the defendant by text? She said I did. So how, when the government asked her, when she was asked, was she aware that her mom was texting the defendant? She testified and said no. This shit is by far I mean, it's so much shit that we be pointing out when it comes to these cases, man. But
Yeah, bro. It's,
Judge Ann
it's
Donnelly
ridiculous.
herself, she got man, she need to be locked up, man.
Yep.
Now here
And
goes the crazy woman right here, Jerron. You testified and told us yesterday that there came a point in time that you and Dominique went to Robert home in Olympia Field. Am I correct? She said that's correct. And you testified and told us you got through the gate. Is that she say he asked is that correct or whatever. She say that's correct. She say and you testified that you testified and told us that you were stopped by Bubba. Am I correct? She say that's correct. Say, what were you doing at his home? We just ran through the gate. She said, we just ran through the gate. We had no plan. So can it go? You had no plan. She said, no. You live 2 hours away. Am I correct? She say, that's correct. He say, the date you and Dominique went to his home, isn't it a fact that he was not home that day? And then underneath the banner it say correct. So if you went to his home the day he was not there, you went inside, Bubba let you come inside, you take these pictures, how the hell? And see, this is why I say Darren McDavid, man, you dude piece of shit, bro. Because how you paying settlements to a motherfucker who ain't never even dealt with this man? Buy a year back, man.
Yeah, it's like that Professor Truth said, man. He's like, they had to break the law to get to secure a conviction with Bill Cosby old fast. Because the same thing finna happen with Kells, bro. They had to do the same thing, and we see the discrepancy. How you get on a stand in a federal courtroom and contradicts yourself several times under oath.
Right. Yeah, I most definitely see this case get overturned. For one, if people ain't picking up on the small details thing, the mama, when it come to janitor number 5, the mama was facilitating everything. She was putting everything in motion, and people just want to bypass that. And then the government, correct me if I'm wrong, did the government have the text messages right? And they didn't even put that in, so that's dirty right there. And then the judge knew this case was in the RICO. I gotta ask y'all self. I know Big Bro Jeff and Big Bro Vi, y'all read the transcript, you know what I'm saying? Heard everybody, all the bloggers go over the transcript. And when the prosecutors presented their case, did they describe anything pertaining to a RICO to y'all? And also, I want to ask this to the people in the chat. Did that sound like a RICO, or was it, or they was like rehashing surviving R. Kelly to y'all? I just want to know. I know it's a rhetorical question, but what's y'all take on that?
Yeah, well, the RICO to me is like a joke. It's for them to even have, because let's rewind and tape how that even came about. We all know that, you know, they did the mockumentary, you know what I'm saying, and they stirred up all this disturbance. And in the words of Greenberg, a call for justice after Lifetime aired that pitiful documentary. And then now we had Kim Fox, state's attorney, solicit victims with a phone number on national television when the man was already declared innocent in all 50 states with no pending charges. And then 7 months later, like Professor Truth illustrated, here comes a state indictment. Now that state case was so weak, they knew it was weak, and Greenberg at the time had that one in the bag. He was in the press, whooping their ass with the facts. Like this Michael Avenatti dude running around, and then they got the government got so dirty that they fabricated a RICO charge and elevated that to a federal level because they knew they had no case on the state level. It was double jeopardy. It was statute of limitations issues. You had all the different issues, and the only way that you can charge this man with all these what would be considered misdemeanors is if you use it under the umbrella or the jacket of RICO. So
right.
Black people got to be very careful when it comes to this RICO and RICO because they can fabricate anything at any given time and charge you with some mess that they just made up. Ain't never in the time of history one person has been charged as a criminal enterprise. That's just ridiculous in itself. And people sat back and allowed this to happen. It's unprecedented. Right. I fall back, bro.
And then to pick up off what you said, Big Bro Jeff, not only they didn't have no case in New York, they didn't have no case in Chicago State or federal, because you mean to tell me y'all sitting there saying this man violated a 14-year-old, and y'all say he obstructed justice, which, by the way, for the naysayers in the back, he was acquitted of the obstruction charges, but then they brought back and found him guilty of a tape that they didn't have in the beginning. They had still shots of, but that's here another here or there. But the thing about it, y'all saying this man did this to a 14-year-old girl back in, let's listen to this, back in 1998 now. He went to trial for it, got acquitted. Just put yourself in this man's shoes. You went to trial for this, you got acquitted, you found not guilty for it, then you got found not guilty for the obstruction part. And then, but you get turned around and found guilty for so allegedly having the tape. And you mean to tell me you ain't got no co-defendants when the mama knew this was going on, the father knew this was going on. They ain't, and this they child protective service, because nobody came in and did nothing about that. Then you got the Chuck Freeman and the Lisa Van Allen. They, know what I'm saying, knew it was child. It's so say if he was guilty, they knew it was child pornography. They didn't do nothing about it. They kept it, tried to extort this man for the tape, took the tape from Chicago, from Florida, wherever, to back to Kansas, And they all saying it's child pornography, but they somehow get immunity for it. Make sense to me. For young ladies to get violated like that so badly, and y'all making this man out to be a monster, why Lisa Van Allen is not a part of the case of being a co-defendant? Why Chuck Freeman got away for distributing and trying to store this man for child pornography? That's a crime. Then to go into further, how can Michael Avenatti take a tape to CNN, play it for CNN? Then now they take that tape and they bring it up in his trial. Well, what is chain of custody at, man? That's ridiculous, man. It's so many things people ain't even thinking about. They violate this man on, and then the media will paint this picture like this man is so guilty. He did this, he did that, but y'all ain't telling that. Hey, y'all ain't telling no part of his side of the story. And for Vlad to come on here and not play that man interview, but every time you turn around, you asking Boosie, you ask everybody, what you think about the R. Kelly situation? What you think about this? What you think about that? You shouldn't even not have that man's name in your mouth if you weren't gonna let that man come on there and tell his truth. See, these people like him, they're keeping this narrative going along that this man is a pedophile and all that. When this man was in a federal court and the judge openly admitted said this man was not a pedophile. And what the victims at? Half of the people in the New York trial was they lied about the age. The mothers knew what was going on. Then you got some of them that was 17. If he was in his city of Chicago, that's the legal age of consent. So show me where he broke the law with. Like I don't like it's beyond ridiculous. Like if you just sit there and just think about this stuff, it makes you mad. Then you got that mother down in Florida that's sitting at home ain't doing nothing, and she facilitated all this stuff with that young lady and Kels. Kels was under the pressure that this girl was 18, but you sitting there lying to this man, and you even tell your daughter to tell this young man, this man is her age. So why is no charges being brought up on this? Like I find this like very I found this very like it pissed me off just you know what I'm saying, just thinking about these cases how they just did this man. Like it is wrong then to get on the Bill Cosby. This man in his age pushing 90, how can he defend something that he probably can't even remember what happened back in 1970 and the 60s, you know what I'm saying? How can he defend that? Something that happened over 30-something years ago. Make that make sense to me, man. Like, yeah, if you were truly violating date rape, how can you remember that happened to you way back then? Like society, like be real. You can't even say other countries, but in the United States, man, that is ridiculous, bro. It's like we should just go back to the Jim Crow era. If we gonna sit there, allow these people to do this, what they did to R. Kelly, and do this, what they did to Bill Cosby, they might as well separate us with the colors on this side, blacks on this side. Or if you come down the road, if you black, you can't come over. If you white, you can't come over here. And if you black, you can if you black, you will get convicted, but if you white, you're not convicted. It's the same thing that was going on in the 60s and 70s. A man can violate a woman and nothing, a white man, nothing happened to him. Like Malcolm X. I was reading his autobiography. It was him, a white woman he was dating, and his friend Shorter, and they were dating white women. They got 10 years for burglary, but they being first time offenders. The crime was for a year, up to 10 years. They didn't even get the minimum. They gave them 10 years, and Malcolm X said they didn't even give them 10 years for the robbery. They was pissed that they were sleeping with white women. So if we go allow them to do this to Bill and allow them to do this to Kev, we might as well just not do nothing at all. It's like people gotta wake up, man. Y'all keep saying y'all know this some bullshit because why y'all keep saying if he did it they need to lock the parents up. If you see they ain't locking the parents up, that should tell you it's possible that these women was of age, but people don't think beyond it. But I yell back. I know I get long winded, but I yell back, man. My bad.
Oh no, you speaking facts, bro. And that's the whole thing about it. Like I want people to understand that, we look at this. You got to be looking at this from a different lens. You can't look at this from an emotional standpoint or emotional vantage point. You got to look at it as a scientist. You have to break things down, especially in today's society, because the way that this thing has been structured to attack us psychologically, they got us to a T. They know the trigger words. They know how to tie us in emotionally. So you definitely have to be not only intelligent, you have to be ultra intelligent. You have to have a certain level of awareness. You have to have a heightened level of awareness, because these people are very intelligent and they play at a high level. But see, we have what, and that's another conversation for another day. But I'll say this: as melanated people, we have what the rest of these people don't have. And that level of intelligence gives us foresight to see beyond what they see. You know what I'm saying? If we just tap into that, it's already there. What they trying to do with this brother, we have seen over this ain't nothing new. The same way they lynching him, it's just a public lynching, just like any other lynching. But see, that was physical. The warfare now is psychological. Like the professor, to tie it back in to Professor Truth, he broke it down. He said, look, man, what they trying to do, they got all these different, white men that are catching all these sexual abuse, sexual assault charges and sexual abuse charges are running rampant in Hollywood for white males right now. But to throw that off so people won't pay attention to it, who better to be the scapegoat than black men? R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, they would, especially Kels was an easier target. You know what I'm saying? But they do that every time with any different scenario you can think of that they want to make. They want to cover up what they got going on. Just like with the drug epidemic. They want to throw it off on black people like we the only people that be getting hooked on drugs and we crackheads. But if you look at statistics, white people, and I ain't got nothing against, but white people have been struggling with meth in the last 10 years way harder than we ever struggled with crack cocaine. You understand?
Right. Who was doing the Percocets and the fentanyl and all that before it got to the black community?
Right. But see,
We don't know nothing about no damn antidepressant pills. We learned that popping pills for them white guys, them white parole white star. They pop that off. And when you know that a black man can go get his keys at a time, how he got to know? So he gonna have to know a connect. He just ain't gonna pop out of nowhere and get the keys off the side and then boom, he back. He out here, know what I'm saying, on the street hustling. Well, how do a black man obtain an AK-47? Just an average black man. I'm saying, like, we don't own no planes, no ship to go to Russia to get no gun. Exactly. And then for America is so hypocritical. Just 50 years ago, we just now get out of this civil rights crap, but it's still going on. When you got America can go to Iraq and tell them what they should be doing over there. They can go to Japan and tell them what they should be doing over there, and go to these other foreign countries and tell them how to dictate their life, but they got problems in their own backyard. It's like right now, how many cops, black people was killed by cops right now, and then you got this so-called Black Lives Matter movement that ain't doing nothing but capitalizing and gaining money off of these people deaths. That ain't right, man. And like y'all, America is so hypocritical. I'm telling you, America is one of the most hypocritical countries in the world. Y'all sitting there talking about justice and equality, but damn near 50 years ago, a black man, our great grandfathers, fought in Vietnam and fought in World War II. You know what I'm saying? Fought in Korea, and even our great grandfathers fought in World War II. But when they got back to the United States, they couldn't even sit in the front of the bus. They had to sit in the back. Make that shit make sense. Yeah, America need to sit down somewhere. And then for somebody like J. Edgar Hoover to come out here and say he want to stop all black messiah. This man was a dirty individual, bro. Like he this how sick this man was. This man phone tapped Martin Luther King phone calls, and he exposed that Martin Luther King was cheating on his wife. I mean, like that's how bad he wanted to bring down Martin. And we ain't perfect, man. Man, but he stood for what he stood for us, and he fought for us. He went out there marching with us. And for that man to stoop that low to do what he did to Martin, I know that the FBI had a hand in with the contact poll of bringing down Malcolm X and had caused a wedge between them and the Nation of Islam. Then you go on later on down in the 70s, man, when he had Fred Hampton assassinated, you know what I'm saying, shot while he was sleeping in his house. Like, and then for these the people that's over us right now. This is our federal government. These are the people that we put in office. J. Edgar Hoover, to me, is a judge. Well, if you look at it now, that's Judge Angela all over again because she knew that these women was lying and she didn't impeach that testimony. Miss Nisha Mo just put in the chat that she said she was going to impeach uh Faith, Azrael, and what's the name testimony, but she didn't do it. And she knew good God doing well about her studying law, studying case law. She knew that this wasn't a RICO. She knew that was unlawful to have this man sitting up here based off one person being charged with a RICO when you got bus y'all in the indictment even said itself bus drivers, handlers and all this that and the third. Why one of them wasn't no co-defendant? If this stuff was truly easy, you even could have put Demetrius Smith as a co-defendant. You could have easily put Sharon Mack as a co-defendant. What benefits Demetrius Smith? Y'all to give Demetrius Smith immunity, but this man is a known criminal. He's even worse than Barker. He did the stuff that they alleged. But y'all got this. Y'all gave this man immunity. Then you go to the Chicago case. What the hell Charles Freeman doing with immunity if y'all so-called saying it's child pornography and he ain't turned the tape over to the police? He gave the tape to Michael Avenatti, who gave it to CNN. He had this sitting on this tape for over the damn near 20 years, but it's child pornography. Y'all ain't hit him with no charge. Like that's sick. That for the federal government to do this, like this government been sick. It ain't just been sick. It's been sick for over 30 some years now. Longer than have I been living. But we all see the BS, man. But I yield back though, bro. I see Uncle Muse came in. What's good, man? You got the flow.
What's
Oh
good?
yeah, my bad. I definitely wanted to segue in and say, I seen my bro Muse that came in, and man, a much peace and blessings to you, bro. And I love when I hear our young brothers like Lil Mac, man, be so passionate about this because man, we gonna need strong brothers on the front line that's not scared to speak out and speak on what they see. You know what I'm saying? And brothers like Muse that give so much insight and wisdom, you know what I'm saying, and clarification of what we putting down. So I'm gonna give back, man. Peace and blessings to you, brother, man.
Crux, what's good with you, man? How you feeling, man, on this sunny day in the shop?
Hey man, I'm feeling pretty fair for a square.
No, you ain't no square by no means. By no means. Look, Mac, I'm gonna start calling you the little Mac Golded, man. Mac Golded, man. Nephew, how's my nephew doing, man? How you feeling, nephew?
I think Vi ran out real quick. Me and Jeff holding it down for him.
Okay, yeah, I'm still at work, but I'm able to pop in just for a moment. Hey, who was that? Who that came in? Is that Nisha Mo?
Yeah.
It's me, my brother.
What's how you doing, sweetie? How you feeling today?
I'm holding on.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear.
Hey, Nisha Mo, how you doing, sis?
I just popped in.
How you doing, man?
Hey, sweetie.
I'm all good.
Go ahead on, my brother. Yeah.
Yeah, so like we lost some sound or something for a minute.
Said the sound went out a while ago. I don't know what happened.
Oh yeah, we good though. We good. We back live and living color.
Well, I just wanted to quickly say much to the in regards to what Vi played, the video that Vi played, the recording rather. For everyone that have heard, if you did not hear it, I shared it, and also I'm asking everyone to please, if you will, whatever social media you have, share, share, share. That's the only way we're going to be able to get all of the data that we have out, even the data that y'all get from Jennifer. Share it. It's very important. And I want to say the reason why it's important, because we can't get comfortable, because we got to remember Robert is still incarcerated. And because he's still incarcerated, I don't know if everybody's paying attention to how this unlawful law that we have works. I'm seeing every day that where they should be bringing charges on these people that's supposed to be running these prisons or jails. They have dropped these charges when these guys come up dead in the prison or dead at the jail. They find just cause that they don't have to charge these prisons. They don't have to charge the people that's running these prisons. Everything has been dropped. So we got to keep bringing awareness until Robert is home, until all of our men are home. And if you have family that's incarcerated, please check on your family because it's very important. And also, Tariq, Nasheed, and Vicky Dillard, as we speak right now, they are in California and Vegas, Las Vegas. They are literally speaking on our behalf as we speak. They are bringing awareness to a lot of things that we have been talking about. We have been out here trying to get people to see and understand and hear, trying to get us possibly on one accord, but we already know that's going to be impossible because it's one thing that JoJo the Ryan always say since he's been out here is that they study us, but we study each other. And with that being said, when we study each other, we're studying each other to take each other down and to lift each other up. They study us to take us down so they can help they need to take us out. We've got to figure out a different way than the way we've been doing things. And so, however that may be,
Hold on, sis. Now, I hate to cut you off, but I want to double down on what you just said because that was impactful. They study us, but to take us down, but we study each other
to take each other down.
And that goes back to the slave ships.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
That go back to COINTELPRO, where they sat up there and came up with agencies in different fractions of the government, CIA, COINTELPRO, and we used us against us to infiltrate.
Yes.
People got to understand, like, we are our own worst enemy. They can form the weapon, but if we don't fall for the distraction, then they can't infiltrate.
If they and I want people to understand and my reasons, and I want the people that I know there's a lot of people in the bushes that's listening. I want y'all to get this clear. This is Nisi Mo. This is Sandra. This is who I am. My fight will always be until God called me home for my people. You can dislike me all you like. I don't care. I'm going to still fight for my people. But what I will not do, I will not uphold my people in their wrong. I sent and I posted this lady. She was cursing, but she had every right to curse. And she's right there where Ronnie Bo is, in the same place that he lives. And let me tell y'all, this woman was so freaking scared. 5 of our black young boys don't even know this woman, trying to run this woman off the road coming out of her driveway. And what she said made a whole lot of sense. I'm out here fighting on the behalf of my people. And y'all out here upholding y'all children in the wrong of killing each other. I'm not going to take another L again. Her son was murdered, working on his job, working. And I'm telling you, I fight for you. I will go all the way for you, but I will not die. I will not die for stupidity. All of the stupid stuff that's going on out here on this YouTube, playing with each other's lives, I will not die for that. I will not stand with it. I will not stand up for it. I will not associate myself with that. It's not of God, and it's not of me.
No, I'm with
Right.
you
That's
100%.
true. And I want to pick on what she's saying though. When it comes to us, we got to reconstruct ourselves. We got to get back into the older ways. We got to get back into putting God first before we do anything, for one, because without Him, we are nothing. And black people, we all know that we come from up from the church. And so we got to instill it in our young generation too. Like, it's all right to pray. You ain't got to go out here and lash out on anybody. Go first thing you do, go grab a gun. Go in the corner, man, and pray to God and pray that He calm you down. God is always the answer. And for these people, like she's saying over there, I might be, I don't know if I'm saying it right. When it comes to our people, we got to start from. It start with us first because I see what they say. It seems to me on the Black Lives Matter when the cop gun another black man down or another white man done another black person down. But when a black person kills another black person, I don't hear that Black Lives Matter because if a white man shoots somebody, a black man he die. If another black man shoot another black man, so he dies. So lives matter. All Black Lives Matter should matter when a cop gets killed when a cop kills a black guy, or when a white person or black another brother kills another brother. We got to start holding, like she said, our own accountable. Because if we don't, we gonna lose. We gonna our culture and us, all us, we gonna go down the hell in the handbasket. We don't stand up and hold these people accountable. Me, like for one, everybody. I don't care if you Old Cove or uh, if you support R. Kelly or whatever you is, everybody should, as black, should come together and have a lady Alice Clare arrested. That's we might not agree on if Kel's innocent, Kel's guilty enough, but we can agree upon one thing: that damn mama was wrong for what she did to Robert and what she did to her daughter. And I think if we can just put this BS aside about who you is, who you that. We need to start holding these people, like she said, our people accountable because that mother was dead ass wrong for what she did to not only to Robert and what she did to her daughter our year back.
I'm going to say this here regarding that. Robert has spoken what he would like for us to deal and focus on. And I really would hope and pray that we don't lose focus on that. Because at the end of the day, I do believe um, Robert is going to deal with that in his own due time. And the person that I know, the Robert Sylvester Kelly that I know, I don't even see him going even after Alex Clary. That's just my opinion, because he see further than what I see, what you guys can see, what we all can see. And the reason why is because even when we get her locked up, we get her locked up. We got to remember, she's still another one of us. She's still another one. We just got to change how we do things. all know him to be a boss. He's a boss. Whether you want to accept that, reject that, or however, he's a boss. And where I come from, the money never goes to jail. So I don't understand that part. I am a Christian, but I ain't been a Christian all my life.
Yeah.
But I'm here to tell y'all, I do know the streets, and I
Yeah.
know how it operates. And I
Right.
know without a doubt, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, the money never goes to jail.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
You hold the money if you don't hold nothing else.
Yeah.
For anybody that took whatever you took, if you took whatever the government told you, you went down just like the devil.
Yep.
You hand your brother over to the devil.
Yep. I guess we'll touch on
That's what you did. Because there's no way in hell that man couldn't have done anything. He gave everybody the opportunity to go and come as you please.
Right.
Go and come as you please. Nobody was held against their will. Nobody. So they can stop it with that. And I am speaking on behalf of Jennifer Bungie, as she has stated to, I forgot the dude's name, Timberland, I guess that's his name, saying that, even though he was found of sex, stop that lie. He was never found of sex trafficking anyone.
Yep.
That's all in y'all crazy mind.
Yep.
Talk about until I hear my people talking about Les Moonves, Charlie Rose, and all of these extras that read all about. Don't tell me nothing about my people. As JoJo the Ryan asked the question, where did we learn it from? Who taught us? Since y'all claim y'all own us, you had to teach us. But I suggest everyone listen, read, follow instructions, but follow the instructions the right way, not the way they tell you. Because there's a way that seems right, but the end thereof are ways of death. And God will never lead any of us wrong. This live today, y'all, need to be shared. Tell somebody. Tell that person. Share. Because everything that this person is saying is what we all have been trying to say. But they was actually able to formulate it and put it all together in the perspective where even a child can understand. But everything that Dr. Cosby and Robert has gone through, y'all can go read it for yourself. The Central Park 5 boys went through the exact same thing. We were dealing with the exact same devil. And Donnelly, that woman is a devil.
Yep, she knew Rob case wasn't no RICO.
Robert's trial started was the day that they let the last person go of the Central Park 5. That dude should have been out. So they hold us against our will, but we don't ever hold them against theirs. Because we're too busy looking at who's going up in our culture, as opposed to pushing them up. Because believe it or not, if they don't reach back and help you, you still know what it takes to get up. How many on this platform and in the chat have voted for Barack Obama and actually seen him in your community doing the work that he said he came out here to do?
Barack Obama was about paid for. He was a puppet, man. Hate to see it though.
Yeah, we're gonna leave Barack Obama where he at, man. We don't. He
But
a
I'm
part
saying,
of.
day, we got to hold ourselves accountable for our own bad deeds. We can't keep bringing somebody else in. If we keep doing that, and what we're seeing out here, I'm telling y'all, and my sister, let me tell you, sweetie, I'm here if you need anything from me. Because the way I heard the other night, I can't do this. This is ridiculous. Enough. And we all know why he's doing everything in his power to try to keep us focused on bringing awareness to our people. And I commend you, baby. That's every time I get a chance, I try to bless those that stand in need of a blessing, because we don't know when our last time here on earth. And when it is, we want to hear God say, thou good and faithful servant, not depart from me, I know you not. Because you was causing so much hell out here that you caused my people to fall by the wayside and to stumble. We can't keep saying God died, but in the same breath, we're ready to just do the most. This is enough. And I'm telling you, I told Vi, and I admit this, and I'm saying it publicly, the people I wish I'd never met. I thank God for some of the people that I have met and that I hope to. But for the most part, with all of the extra, because we most powerful. Everything this dude just said, with all, y'all know Robert should have been home. Bringing another charge on Dr. Cosby. For what? They're doing this in our face. And we got the power. We have the power. They gave us the power. Y'all don't even believe that. I'm telling y'all, ladies, we got power to stand up and stand out on behalf of our men. And we must use it to the glory of God. But never forget, God did never put us ahead of the man. I don't care how low he may be. God never put us ahead of the man. We have to know our place and stay in it. But right now, since they say women got power, we need to stand up and show them what kind of power we got. We stand beside our man, whether you married or not. They need us. They shall live and not die. They will allow us to prosper. And we can't prosper. We can't multiply without our men. And I yield back.
What's good? What's good with your nephew? Feel like work.
What's up?
Can
y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Ain't like you far away, but you so I can hear you.
Okay.
How you feeling, nephew? How you been?
Man, I feel good. Today
I
was
waited on you last night. I'm out here like, oh, y'all, my nephew going live tonight. Come over here.
well, I'm at my best when I'm needed,
Yeah. I care.
You know what, Kels? I'm sick of you.
I was right with you.
Yeah, yesterday my job, they needed me. They needed some experience. It felt good.
Hey, the game was on. The Nuggets almost played around, man. You know what I mean? You know, I want Jimmy to get that ring, but at the same time, I don't think they gonna be able to. They ain't gonna be able to take them Nuggets, man. They ain't gonna be able to take them Nuggets. Miami can't win no 3 straight. They ain't finished in the win.
I missed the game and everything last night.
Yeah, yeah. So they
Don't
up.
sound like I missed too much though.
Yeah, Denver's up 2-1. I'm sorry, 2-1. I correct myself. They are Denver up 2-1. So they play again tomorrow, and I think on Sunday. So I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. Let's hypothetically say, let's say Miami wins because they got one more game at Miami, right? I believe so tomorrow, and then they go to Denver. I think it's going to be a wrap. Just hypothetically speaking, I think once they get back to Denver, I think it's going to be a wrap. It's just going to be a wrap. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow.
All I needed was for them to win one game.
Yeah. That's what we was saying to at the job. Yeah.
I bet it on what you call on the betting app. They were saying it was gonna be a sweep.
Okay. Oh no. I wasn't that slow. I knew better than that. To say that. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope they stretch it out, man. I love to see some more,
Yeah, me too.
athleticism going on for the rest of the summer.
Yeah, some of the guys here on the job said, club, they said at least they should go and take a 7 game. You know what I mean?
Right.
So went all the way, man. They did. You can't take them from them, man, and make it a good series. Because after that, I think ain't no more basketball after that. The WNBA, the ladies still playing, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they still go on until like maybe August or so.
Okay. Yeah, we finna be able. Before you know it, man, we gonna be in football season too.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we want to have a lot of good sports, man. So
Yeah, Denver went up. It's what 2-1 now, ain't it? Denver won of the night.
yeah, yes, 2-1 now. Yep, they play
Yeah,
again.
man, I don't know, Bob, man.
Hey,
Yoki and Jamal Murray looking right, man.
tomorrow is it. This gonna be determined where it's gonna go, JT. It's gonna determine if it's gonna go game.
It's gonna determine.
Tomorrow, if
Mm-hmm.
Denver win tomorrow, I'm telling you, that's it. That's it.
Oh yeah, man. Shout out to our sister Nisi Mo, man. I love our passionate sisters that come and speak with so much passion and intelligence and man, it let us know, man, we still got some backup out here, man. It's some of our sisters that still see the truth. You feel me?
That's why I yield back. I ain't need to say nothing. I let Nisi Mo have it. She can have it. She can have it.
Most definitely, man. But I tell y'all one thing though, despite all the distractions going on, we like them sheeps that follow with their head down. We gonna stay the course and ain't gonna get into none of that negativity. Gonna keep doing what we've been doing. And hey, let the chips fall where they may. I mean, but that's a big what we see in this sector is a testament to why we haven't really made any progress as far as like on the mainstream level. Because you will see random people come out and put out videos talking about some of the things that we discuss every day.
Right.
And they'll have 100, 200, 300,000 views, and we'll have 1,000 views.
Right.
But it's that mentality that you get from people saying, "Oh, I want to." It ain't a such thing as when you talking about freeing somebody. God needed angels. God had angels to help him. He had people around him to help do certain jobs. He appointed people to do certain things for a reason because he understood that he could not do it all himself. So for the ones that's thinking that they can do it all themselves, man, God couldn't do it all himself. So what make you think as an individual human who was created from God that you can do it all by yourself? It's gonna take all of a collective group
Yeah,
of
like we
people.
were just talking about basketball. everybody got to play their position. If the center ain't, know what I'm saying, down low, know what I'm saying, keeping everything, defending the paint, you ain't gonna win. If the point guard ain't, know what I'm saying, distributing the ball right, passing the ball to the open players, you ain't gonna win the game. If the shooting guard ain't shooting, you ain't gonna win. Everybody got, like basketball, everybody got their role to play in this situation. And a lot of things, everything get confused. People forget their roles and a
Absolutely.
lot of stuff. That's why
And,
stuff don't
and when
work
you,
Yeah,
right.
and when you get to a
you got center shooting. You got center shooting threes now, and
Yeah,
bringing the ball up the court. So basketball is confused now.
yeah. I've been still trying to wrap my thought around that. I understand, JT, that the times do change, and I understand. I get that, but it was a time where the big middle was like, man, you know what I mean? He was respected. You know what I mean? And it's like that ain't the case no more. I get it. I get back. I get it. You know what I mean? I
Go
just
ahead.
I just will never see Kareem trying to. I just don't see him doing that. I don't see Bill Russell and Will Check. I just don't see them doing that. And like I say, this is a different era, so we have to make the adjustments. So there you have
But
it.
see, people like us though, and everybody on this panel, Lil Mac, everybody, Jeff, we can adapt. We know how to adapt to things, to the way that society is changing, because we understand. No matter if society change, we understand who we are as individual people. The best version of us is the only version that we can be, no matter what part of society or where in the society we are placed. We are only going to be the best version of ourselves, and that's that.
Right, right.
A lot of the stuff we see out here, man, a lot of the stuff that I've been seeing, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it, but you know what I do? I don't speak on
Right, right,
it. I mind my business,
right.
because if you give it life,
Yeah, you always say that.
then you got to deal with it.
Yeah, you always say that. You always say that. I want to
Like
revisit.
like new law, every action has a reaction. But in situations, every action doesn't deserve reaction because if you react to the reaction that just happened, you might end up losing yourself or losing your life, or you might end up losing the situation. So sometimes it's just best to ignore situations and walk away and fall back. And I'm 28 years old, and I'm just now I'm learning that now. Every time somebody come at you wrong, you ain't got to come at them wrong because, like Martin Luther King say, hate ain't gonna beat hate. Only thing that can beat hate is love.
Right, right, right,
yep, that's a fact.
right, right.
Hey, and you know what? I hear what Sean brother saying, and I totally agree because you get to a point now when you get to a certain level of awareness, you understand that even though I might not like this motherfucking nigga, but at the end of the day, we all got a common enemy. And that common enemy, whether they black or white, if they, or whatever color they may be, is it's a disease called racism, white supremacy that exists in America. That concept, that ideology actually is a hindrance to all citizens. And if we can understand that, look, man, it's a bigger fight. So why would I waste any energy fighting against another disenfranchised um, individual such as myself that's subjugated to be under attack psychologically, under attack by chemical warfare. I mean, it's so many things that they are attacking us under that we don't even understand or aware of. The attacks are real. So why would we sit up here and waste any time fighting each other? I yield back.
Right, because like you said, bro, it's a bigger enemy out there, and we find us ourselves, we weaken each other. In our community, like it's no structure or nothing. Even though back in the days during the civil rights movement, during slavery, even we had hard times and hardship back then, but we somehow, you know what I'm saying, stuck together. We did something. We like nowadays people don't want to do nothing together. It's either one person do come up there and they'll say, oh, he coming, he don't know nobody, he making that money over there, he ain't doing it, he gonna come back. But then like say for the real, it's like a rapper. He come back to the hood like Young Dolph. What he did? He come back to the hood, he provided for the community. He get killed in his own neighborhood. Like then you go to every rapper that make it out the ghetto, they either get caught up in a situation in their neighborhood, like C Murder, Master P told him to leave Louisiana and get out there to get out of New Orleans. He didn't do that, and look, in his neighborhood got him facing life in prison. Like sometimes you got to realize that keeping it real always don't mean, you know what I'm saying, stay in the hood, kicking it with the homies that don't mean no good. It's all right to come visit. They don't make necessarily make you a sellout. A sellout when you just forget about your whole community, and don't do nothing. If how can you be a sellout when you put your whole neighborhood on the map? That's just like Chaos. He never left Chicago, and majority of these people from Chicago brought him demise. No, Kels brought money to Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Kels gave Chicago a name like Lil Durk. Like y'all was talking about him earlier. He, you know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? A great voice for Chicago, man, right now. And for people to sit here and criticize him for making that song with J. Cole, that's wrong, man. Sometimes you got to level up and get out your situation for you can to make it so you can become even more successful because you ain't gonna never get nowhere by staying in no one scribe a circle. You gotta, you know what I'm saying, elevate. That's the game of life. Like right now, I'm 28. I don't think how I was thinking when I was 18. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about, you know what I'm saying. All I think I want to do is get a car and go ride out and get some young females like Levi say some trim. That ain't on my mind right now. Like right now, I kind of wanna, know what I'm saying? Pull myself up. I wanna own my own house. I wanna, know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Come up like invest in stuff. I wanna do something that when I leave this earth, I can like people can say, oh, he was a good guy. Know what I'm saying? He stood for something. Know what I'm saying? He didn't hate on nobody. He didn't come around here doing with no negativity in their life. That's where I'm at in life, man. I want to leave a legacy so I can make my family proud, make my community proud, the African American culture proud, like just to uplift everybody. That's what we got to get back to doing, like uplifting our community. Like even if you think the brother Kale's guilty, you could just say, "Oh, that's messed up, man. I hate that happened. I pray for the brother." Then you ain't got necessarily get on here and bash him like that, like those other people. If you ain't don't even if you thought you was good, don't speak on him, man. Just speak on the victims and pray for them. You ain't got to turns and that's how I know a lot of these people on here just clickbaiting and doing stuff for clicks, likes, and views and for the heck of it. If you were truly for these accusers and you were truly for chaos, and like you say, you wouldn't be doing all this riff raffing on YouTube if you for your people. You know what I'm saying? You want because it ain't got to get that serious to where you got to put a stranger in jail or somebody in jail that you don't even know. Let them people stay on the other side of the world. You stay on the other side of the world. You mind your business. It's just that simple. You know what I'm saying? We
And
got to
not
get
only,
back. Go
and not
ahead,
to
brother.
cut
My
you off,
bad.
bro. But what you're saying, just to add to what you're saying, is it's an embarrassment on our culture. You know what I'm saying? It's embarrassing. Like the way that people judge, like people on the other side of the planet may want to tune in and tap in and understand what's going on with this man case. We are really the only voice. So if we on here cutting up and acting a fool, and they don't really know anything about black people or black culture here in America, and they see this foolishness going on, it's embarrassing for the whole culture. So, it's just something to think about. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not just representing you and your little group or your city. You're a representative of the culture. So, when we get
Well,
a certain age, we should take that more in consideration. I yield back.
Right,
one
and
of the
what we
things,
should
Jeff,
do, like,
that oh, okay, go ahead on, baby.
I'm gonna make this real quick. Like, once we should do, if you get on him, if you speaking up for Robert or anybody, if you're gonna come with drama and negativity, just yield back from the situation that you support, and so that way you won't tarnish the person that you support. That's just not go for Rob. That go for Bill Cosby. That go for anybody because when these people type in your YouTube blog, whoever your name is, and they see R. Kelly in this, and they see you support him, you don't have with this foolish shenanigans. That ain't gonna make them listen to your message. That ain't gonna make you want to support him. Just if you're gonna come on here with that foolishness, just don't put the man name in. Like for the past 4 years, I've been seeing that doesn't help the man. I'm not trying to step on nobody's toes and nothing like that. I'm just keeping it real. Like if you're gonna do that, don't involve that man's name in this situation because he already got enough going on as it is. Or anybody you support, just try to limit on what you're doing and what you're saying and how you come about it. I'll yield back.
Well, both of you guys, what you guys are saying is 1,000+% is true. But I'm gonna say this here: what we have to thank God for, and you can correct me, Jeff and Muse, all of you, any of you can correct me. But one things that we can say is that Robert, Dr. Cosby, majority of our men that we look up to, they've already established that foundation of level of understanding.
Facts.
Where whether or not but what our people don't understand, if you're supposed to be out here fighting for the injustice of the law on regarding the law, you want the people that is actually making changes within the law to believe you know what you're talking about and not look at you as though you are just some crazy individual out here cursing and carrying on and trying to stir up chaos. Because I'm telling you what happens is that they've already lumped us all into one category, whether you are rich, famous, or what have you. It doesn't matter.
But
They still see
you
us
know what's so
all the same.
not
Right.
because
Because
you are,
once you
but
it don't matter once if you got $1 million or you got $1 in your pocket. At the end of the day, these white folks see you at the same thing. If they see me and you, nobody else, the NIGGA. So yeah, yes, that's true.
But what we have to do, what we should be trying to do, is trying to walk worthy of the vocation of which we have been called. And that means that you, my brother, Lil Mac, even with you leaving this earth and you've done all you can do, and people got good things to say about you, if you haven't prepared for where you're going to be going, all of that doesn't even matter. Because after so long, as we already can see right now, after so long, they're not going to even remember you, whether you did good or bad. They're not going to remember that. The only thing they're going to remember is that you did come through, you came by, and you went, and you gone. So the next thing they're going to be thinking about is the next fix, the next whatever. So that's why it's imperative for everybody that's under the sound of my voice. Remember, if y'all don't remember anything else, I tell you, remember, you're only leasing on this earth. You're not owning anything. You don't own nothing. You don't even own yourself. This self got to go somewhere. So you need to decide where self is going to go. You need to make that decision today. And that's not that's not something that I'm playing around with. That's not something that I would ever toy with. This is the most serious time that I've ever been in my life. You need to know that you know where you're going to spend eternity when you leave this side. And
absolutely.
it's only two places you can go. It's heaven or hell. And it's going to be a lot of good people that done good things going to hell. Because he only gave us one way to get to heaven.
Right.
And that's
That's through his
believing in
son.
the death, the burial, and resurrection of his son, Jesus Christ. If you don't believe
Amen.
in that, hey, I can't make you, I can't force you, I can't put that on you, but I can share it with you. And I can tell you that's the only way you're going to go to heaven. That's the only way to heaven.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a lot of good people, a lot of good deeds. And I'm here to tell y'all, I hope and pray that Robert hears this live today. Robert, I said it before and I'm going to say it again. God is waiting on you to give him a yes. You holding up a whole lot of people from making the right choices because you haven't given God a yes. Once you give God a yes, change will come. But that's all God is waiting on with you, Robert, is a yes. Everything else is going to fall in line. Nothing else is going to matter. Whether you did R&B, whether you wrote the best hit, the latest hit, the greatest hit, that does not matter. But what's going to matter is you giving God a yes. And that's when the devil going to stir it up. Because he going to say, oh, now he wants to go call on God. Yes, that's the time to call on God. Because God is waiting on you. And you're going to see other lives change in the moment, in a twinkling of an eye. A lot of these people that is falling by the wayside on these chats, in these chats, on these lives that have no clue. Because they're sitting and waiting on this man to come do the next concert. And that's not where God have him right now.
God trying to get to know Robert, not R. Kelly.
I keep trying to tell these people, y'all can keep hollering R. Kelly all you want. R. Kelly is gone. That's done. It's Robert. And I'm here to tell y'all, as somebody asked about Sony, if Sony paid a dime to anybody, do y'all not know that put them smack dead in the middle of this situation Robert is in? Because let me tell you how the chain of command work. It's whoever was working for Robert, it's Robert, and whoever was paying Robert. You got all of these other intricals that take place, and it literally trickles down just like that, even with the managers and so forth and so on. So that puts Sony smack dead in the middle. Why would Sony pay anybody anything? And J Rock, if you listening, I told Vi, you were on point. I don't know, but honey, you were on point. Those people that were sitting in front of me, oh yeah, that was Sony. Because y'all do remember, there was some word out there. I mean, it was going hard and heavy. The only way R. Kelly could pay anybody anything, you got to go get the main source. Who is that? Sony. Sony paid him.
That's the real criminal enterprise.
That's the criminal enterprise.
Right.
Every entertainer, not every other, every entertainer. If you got any brother locked up of mine, you might want to release them, because at the end of the day, my fight, all of our fight had better be with Sony. How is Sony able to become conglomerate, able to control the narrative, as oh boy said? We got to change the narrative.
Name R. Kelly. Sony owns that name.
So if Sony owns that name, why would Sony pay any so-called victim? They established a place for you to tell your lie, but not. Let me tell y'all what I do know. all the lies that they told on that surviving, the lies, whatever, the R. Kelly, whatever. Do y'all not know not one thing that they said on there did they say in the trial? If I'm lying, go read the transcript.
Bro, nope. They didn't say anything about nobody being kidnapped.
They didn't say
showed it in
any
about no
of
black
that
room.
in the trial. And the only person that caught these people in their lies, y'all, we may not want to accept it for what it is. That was the judge in Chicago. When his was being sentenced, he said, were y'all in a different trial than what I was in?
Yeah, then you had the young
what they
lady
kept
coming
trying
down
to do,
with that ridiculous
they was trying to say
amount of
that he
restitution.
was charged of racketeering and RICO, and the judge was like, where was I? And the question that everybody should have that I've been seeing, I know I've seen it. I hope Kim Fox is not that stupid that she go work for Sony.
Wow.
I just hope she's not that stupid.
Sony, it could be possible Sony paid and done it for this trial to go the way it did.
Again, let me tell y'all, we can't sit there. And the reason why we can't say this, let me tell y'all why. Just as devious as our people can be, those people are very calculated.
Very. And I wanted to just interject, and I'm gonna fall back. But let's look at, okay, we talking about R. Kelly right now. But let's do a brief history on some of the other artists. We could go back to Prince, Michael Jackson.
Thank you.
We could go back to Sam Cooke. All of these artists that we can name. Whitney Houston. We can name. We could go on and on and on, right? But it's like our people don't catch on for some crazy reason. They don't see the play. I mean, we could go on and on and on and talk about all the different things that has happened that is documented. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Oh, this man, R. Kelly, no. Y'all don't even know the definition of pedophilia to even call anybody a pedophile.
The judge, baby, let me tell y'all something. I don't know where these crazy people come up with these crazy things that Robert recused himself, or he said that he did these things. That was never said in no sentencing. I was there.
But that shit is coming from people who supposed to be R. Kelly supporters. It ain't even from the other side. He admitted he married Aaliyah. Yeah, he told me.
No, the hell he didn't. No, the hell he did not.
That's coming from people who supposed to be on R. Kelly. They advocate
again.
For R. Kelly.
That's what. Hey, what did you just say? Repeat what you just said. Repeat exactly what you just said.
What they supposed to be advocates.
Stop right there. Say that. Stop right there. What you just said. You said the magic word. Supposed to be.
Supposed to.
But we got a lot of supposers. Remember, there was a lot of supposers that was sent to portray the image as though they were out here supporting Robert. A lot of them. Trickery of the devil. But don't realize that you messing and playing with the devil. That same devil that sent you is going to be that same devil that come right back around and get you. And y'all mark my word, I may be dead in my grave, and the ants got to come and tell me the story. These so-called victims, every lie they told, y'all is going to hunt them, is going to catch them, and it's going to be that same government that turns around
Not only that, man,
all of that data
it ain't just
against
gonna be
them.
the government. Life gon' how they lie on this man, got this man facing these a certain amount of years, but we know he gonna come home. What they did to him, life is gonna, not the government, life is gonna destroy them. They ain't no man gonna want to be in a decent relationship with these women. Ain't nobody gonna this young lady trying to come in the music industry. She's known to do what she did to Robert. Yeah, they might talk bad about Robert. They ain't gonna have no dealings with her music career. These people, what they did to this man, till they make it right, they gonna be suffering in life. I'm just gotta keep it all the way 100. You ain't gonna get nowhere in life by messing people over and doing people wrong. God sits high and he looks low. So they can get out here and say all what they want to say about Robert, make that few little money about doing his interviews. But I tell you, when they go home, they can't sleep at night. And they just the accuser, these parents too. And I year back, life is gonna beat these people up. Look at this karma train everybody just been hit with, that been going to get this man. Michael Avenatti came out against this man talking bad about him. He in jail. You got
but you can't even we can't breeze over that one, Mac. We can't breeze over Michael Avenatti. See, where I'm yes, Michael Avenatti did a lot of dirt. But what I have to give Michael Avenatti credit for, and I don't know if people caught that in the chat when I posted it in the chat. Michael Avenatti knew eventually he was going to have to answer the call, and that's going to jail. But what he did do that a lot of people didn't do, he said 90% of the charges are false. The 10% may and may not be true. That was before trial started, y'all. That's why I kept asking the question, are we really using anything that came out of Michael Avenatti's mouth? Why did I say that? Why are we even looking or listening to anyone that spoke with Michael Avenatti, a convicted felon? And that was what Jennifer kept asking about in the sentencing. Mike Avenatti. That's the key part right there. And that is extortion to its finest. And if y'all remember, there was some parents that was dealing with Michael Avenatti. Now, do y'all not know that they have no dealings, don't have nothing to do with Michael Avenatti, literally hate him now? And then, but Michael Avenatti got a little pawn that's running around here acting like he's an attorney.
SpongeBob.
I rest my case. And Michael Avenatti got some information. Oh, it's on the way about SpongeBob. Oh, it's coming.
Yep.
See, when these people looking, somebody else is booking.
Yeah, all these people have to answer for what they did. It's just hitting everybody. Like everybody even spoke negative to this man. Something bad happened to him. The list just goes on and on. That man is anointed by God. That man didn't do nothing. He came out and spoke his truth, and he's sitting down. He wearing his thing out. So he gonna be in good hands because he know the truth. He ain't got to say nothing too much. You know, everybody saying why he should speak. He should speak. He should say this. When it's time for him to
spoke
speak,
on what he could speak on, and that's
he's
it.
he's gonna speak. And he just right now, like you said, it's the time to speak. He know when to talk, when not to talk. Right now might not be his time to talk, but once he gets a chance to talk, he's gonna let everybody know what's going on. Just right now ain't his time to talk. He's sitting back, waiting this appeal out, and when he come on, he's gonna let everybody know it. We got to keep
Do y'all
manifesting. We
remember?
coming
Let's go
home.
back. Let's take a trip back, Vi. Let's take a road trip back to 2019 when Rob was in MCC. We can't forget about the guy who was trying to help Rob with his case because Robert can't read. Since dude that I introduced other people to claim he's got the truth, but I hold his truth. But anyway, do y'all remember the attorney that was locked up in prison that was trying to assist Rob with his case?
He put in a motion for him, didn't he? He put in a motion, didn't he?
Oh Lord, help us, Jesus. And do y'all remember where they shipped old dude?
I forgot where they sent him.
Do y'all don't remember where they sent him? Didn't they send him to Texas? All right now. Do y'all not know what prison they sent him to? My cousin is the warden there. How about that?
Indeed.
So when you talking, know what the hell you talking about. That man got all of the information that he need. And he said he's not going to let it go until that man is out and all charges have been dropped on him, because he should have never got the first charge. The first charge is why he said that. He said, Vi, he said the reason why he shouldn't have never got the first charge is because the feds, they did do a thorough investigation and they found no reason to charge him.
Yeah. I read that in the beginning early in the live.
But y'all know why they was coming after him right in the beginning. The Fed, the Savage guy went down and along with the Clary guy went down the Homeland Security talking about that their daughters were held against their will.
Stop. No. You got to get easy. Y'all got to take these steps.
Go back further than that. They killed.
You got to go back a little bit further than that.
Has been studied. So Chicago has been studied trying to get R. Kelly locked up ever since he won his tape.
Thank you.
They've been studied trying to bring this tape back into court ever since R. Kelly won. That's why they investigated him in 05.
Who was she working under when he won that case, y'all? Who was that person? She was not who she is now, but she was there. And so she said she made a promise that she gonna do whatever it takes to take him down. Y'all don't remember that?
Yep.
Yeah, they've been after him ever since he won.
And you know what? And if you want to be specific, when they implemented their plan, that's exactly when they put Cheryl Mack in this camp, baby.
Thank you, honey.
Exactly when Cheryl Mack hit the camp. That was when the setup was in full effect.
She came in 05.
And let me tell y'all, Kanik, I have to give him that only on that part. Kanik was so deep into that butt because she was so fly at the lip, y'all. I promise y'all, oh my God. This woman was, every time he would ask her a question, she come back with something. I mean, she really just felt like she was the G and he was the she, and she just running this shit in the courthouse. And Ann Donnelly literally sitting in there asleep because she don't know what the hell is going on until finally the prosecutor, I guess she signaled the prosecutor. The prosecutor gets up in front of Kanik while Kanik is grilling her and walks in front of this man and give a bottle of water. And then they call a freaking recess.
Go and give her a damn
every
water.
time, and if the guy that was on here asking the question about Ann Donnelly doing the
calling the
Sidebar.
the sidebar. Every time she called the sidebar, they went up there. Can it never come back on course with the same with revising that question? Or you know how lawyers do, they may not come back with the same question, but you better rest for sure they gonna get it in one way or the other. And he never did that. He always went on to something else.
I mean, because of the simple fact that it would have just been a back and forth. It would have been ongoing. It would have been ongoing.
It would have been an ongoing, but he could have still revised it, but they knew she was lying. But let me tell y'all, listen, let's go back a little further. Do y'all not know when before Ann Donnelly actually was gonna bring in let's go to the beginning when she said there was gonna be no tapes allowed. None of that. We ain't allowing none of that. Okay, she said she was going to impeach Azriel, she was going to impeach Jerronda Pace, and she was going to impeach Faith Rogers' testimony because they were not consistent. They were lying, constantly lying. And Azriel kept saying, the government told me to say it. Okay, this woman said she had time over the weekend to go and look at one of the videos, or briefly look at one of the videos, and she decided that I'm going to allow this tape to be brought in. Rob almost hit the ceiling. They called a reset so they could take him to the back and try to explain. They were not even prepared. The first person to come out of the back was Cannon. And I know damn well he did not know what was being said in the back and how to help Robert deal with this situation. They did not do any of that because they didn't stay back there long enough to do it. They come back. Robert, you could tell the look on his face like, I just dare these people, because these are things that were supposed to be brought up in the beginning. What you're going to present, what you're not going to present. So y'all did just what the hell y'all want to do. This is a goddamn, what they call it,
kangaroo court.
Kangaroo court. This is some bullshit. So y'all might as well go on and just noose my neck, because that's what you're doing. And I hollered out. Dana was sitting on side of me when I said it. I said, this is a public goddamn lynching. Y'all are trying to kill my brother. And Dana said, be quiet. I said, I'm not being quiet. The dude looked back at me, went back there to go talk, went outside to go talk to the bailiff. He didn't come back. I went outside to go use the bathroom. Oh, you, I need to tell you, if you can't control yourself, this is a courthouse. I said, did you pull my name? He said, what? I said, did you pull my name? He said, yeah, I pulled your name. I said, didn't you ask me when I first got there? I'm in and out the courts all the time. I said, didn't you ask me that? He said, yeah. I said, so I know this is a courthouse. I said, so what's your point? I said, it's still a public lynching. I said, I will not be going back in there. And for the people that's lying, said I was put out of the courthouse, no, I was not. Never. And he knew he couldn't put me out.
People gonna go around saying what they want to say. I don't even try to entertain it, because it just brings that negative energy behind it.
But I'm telling y'all, that woman she got out, because when I did go outside, thank God I did. That's when I met what's her son name? Cheryl Mack's son.
You talking about
London on the Track.
London on the Track and her husband. And lo and behold, they was in the park. They had on their gray suits and pink shirts. Both of them trying to dress alike. And I introduced myself and they introduced themselves. And And I said, they said, who are you here for somebody? And I, God forgive me. I asked God, then forgive me. I said, no, I'm not here for anybody. I'm just here, just looking at this case. And y'all, I promise y'all, oh my God, guess who I saw these people go get in the car with? They went and got in the car. Oh my God, Jesus, I can't believe I'm saying this. Jesus, help me, Lord. I can't believe I'm saying this.
Now, I want everybody that's listening. These are Nisimo encounters. This is not from Big Vibe. This is Nisimo giving y'all her account of what she experienced. Because people sit around and try to tie folks to other people's situations. She was there. She's giving y'all an account of what she saw.
I think I don't know if I should say that, because I do have a family, and I know once I say it, that's it. Because I know everybody out here is not for Robert. But I'll tell you, Vi. But when I saw that, I knew then that we didn't stand a chance. Because if y'all, I'm gonna just tell y'all this here, which would tell y'all who they got in the car with. Do y'all remember they had a concert opening back up of New York?
Okay.
They had an opening of New York, and it was two people. I kept mentioning their names, that they were in New York the time that Cheryl Mack was speaking. And if y'all remember, I told y'all there was a picture that all of a sudden disappeared when she was sitting on his lap.
Who the hell? That's what you said. Damn it! I can't remember. I know we didn't talk about this.
I know y'all ought to remember that part. I told y'all she was sitting on his lap.
Shit.
And they did an opening because they had that flood. Remember, it flooded, and so what they did they still did something, but it wasn't as grand as they would have liked for it to have been. And Ann Donnelly claimed that was the reason why that she wasn't allowing people to come inside the courtroom, was because they was doing a pandemic. But remember, the opening, they had agreed to the opening of New York before they set the trial. So you already knew that New York was going to be opened back up. You still chose to keep him by himself, with no family, no friends, nobody. But that demonic woman rubbing his back, that was in trouble with the government already. Which is why she all of a sudden claimed that she had COVID and left. And came out with the opening statement, find him guilty. Now, I know y'all know who that is.
Nicole, man. Nicole Blank.
That's Blank Becker, yeah.
It was all stage, y'all. And when I go back, when I keep saying, if you gonna put this on, if you gonna put this, these people gonna pay, Sony gonna pay anybody that puts Sony smack dead in the middle. Actually, it puts Sony ahead of Robert. Everybody that's working under Sony, and I'm gonna tell y'all this here. Let me tell y'all this here. Do y'all not know that Senator DeSain gave you the rundown of how this happened, and the day he did that, they shut his shit down. They shut him down. He gave you all the plays, everybody that was in the playbook. And I'm going to give y'all this one for free. And Quincy Jones' name was right in the middle of it.
Oh man, we already know top industry level cats is all over this, man. You know, you got to think about it. You got $1.5 billion worth of masters. Okay, and that's a low ball number. Let's keep.
That's a low ball.
Okay, that's low ball number. You got arguably not. Well, it ain't even no damn argument. I was talking to a white lady about this shit in Walmart today. Ain't nobody fucking with R. Kelly. A 70-year-old white lady said that shit to me today.
And you know what? You're telling the truth, because I told y'all when I went to that rally and I went to Lincoln Park. It was nothing but older ladies walking the track over there. Those ladies I had on my shirt, and they was like, "Why are you still wearing that?" I said, "Y'all didn't know he's locked up? Not my R. Kelly." I said, "Yes, your R. Kelly." Oh God, he would take us riding in the little car on Sunday evenings. That's how we got, did our little rides. Now, why wouldn't these old ladies have some things to say about him?
Yeah, I mean, because he's a whole monster. He said himself, he an older man love all women. So why they ain't got nothing to say? Right?
Because it's a 2-seater, y'all. This ain't no 4-seater. This is a 2-seater. And the reason why I know it's a 2-seater, because I literally went and got me one. And you are literally shoulder to shoulder. You are connected in this little thing. And let me tell y'all, if Robert wanted to get a feel, touch, whatever, you just that close. So
but you know what?
I would look for
the amazing thing. The amazing thing to me. Okay, we've been sitting here for 5 years with this shit, right? The amazing thing is they said that it was hundreds and hundreds. Azriel said he had a female in every damn state. This is the bullshit. But you gave us 6. And all of a sudden, after that, there's no more victims. But he was doing all this shit.
Thank you.
And nobody's coming out saying, "Oh shit!" But if he get out, they're gonna try to find some more motherfuckers. Trust me.
We already know the same thing. The same playbook they using on Dr. Cosby right now, which is why we got to keep keeping him relevant, letting the people know. No, we're not. First of all, as I stated, Derek, until y'all go dig that old increpit woman, that's the reason why Emmett Till is deceased, till y'all go dig her up, put life back in her, and send her to jail. I suggest y'all leave Dr. Cosby alone.
Leave Dr. Cosby the hell alone. I mean, because it's a damn shame. I'm like, how thirsty are you to put an old ass man in jail? How thirsty are you? How thirsty are you to just, you sit up here and you bring all these state charges, Minnesota, Chicago and shit. None of them motherfuckers float. Both of them goddamn cases been dropped. The feds pick it up, and since they done did what they did and everything all good, no, fuck no. Because
it's not good. And listen, you can't leave out the fact the woman that was helped stirring the pie up, that was telling these people to tell all these lies. Remember, they gave her an ultimatum, and her choice was to move to Minnesota.
Right.
Because they knew he had a case that was in Minnesota. So you thought you was finna get some more lies stirred up.
Right. But you couldn't get Adelina Prado to you couldn't get her out there to tell that bullshit. They're like, I know she's like, what the fuck, man? Like, y'all still doing this shit?
But she came out and spoke. She said, if y'all thinking that she said, I was a willing participant. I did what I wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, and then, all of them female, look, Lanita Carter go to hell. Ain't shit happen. All these people that they drudged up from the past out of magazines and shit, and out of this fucking book or whatever the hell. You got me fucked up. I mean, how can you do any human being like this? How can
the
you?
Prado lady was supposed to testify for on Robert's behalf in Chicago.
I mean,
Derek, I was at
Lisa
the
down there
hearing.
at home,
I
Derek.
was literally, I think Jeff was there too. I was at the hearing when they was getting things started. Y'all, I left, I was crying because I could not believe these people would come up with such bogus crap. These people literally said that we got 100 devices. I said, what? Robert, look, I'm back there just crying like, what are y'all talking about? Where y'all find this crap? They saying this in the hearing.
This is simple shit. Motherfucker had plenty parties. This R. Kelly be talking about. You got people that will leave their cell phones, they fucking tablets that he have them turn in because you can't take pictures because when you're in anybody's house that's worth a damn, they don't want you casing their shit.
You can't come sit your ass in my living room. I got a formal living. Sit your ass down. You ain't going all over my house.
Then another thing, you know, they had the guys coming there, the Richard Arline guys coming there testifying, talking about an iPad that came out in 2010. And he talking about a situation happened in 2006, but the iPad that come out for 2010. And the judge allowed his testimony to go and gave him immunity and $100.
Immunity, you gave him a time served with time served that did not serve any time because of what you went through. But before you ever got involved in any of this, we got the videos of your ass out here talking good about Robert. You had nothing negative to say about Robert.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
Till some money got involved.
But I sit by something, and if he choose to, he can whenever he get ready. But let me tell y'all, it's one person, and I hope and pray. I hope and pray that Robert know who orchestrated all of this. And he was right there close to Robert, close to him. And we called him Snitch in college.
Mm-mm. You know, it's kind of shameful when you think about these old motherfuckers that's out here doing this bullshit to this man. Because it ain't nothing but a bunch of old, bitter females, a bunch of old, jealous Negroes running around here pissed off because they couldn't figure out how to write a damn song.
That part, and they couldn't understand. He can't read and write, but he knows how to put a song together and get a hit.
I think I probably said it best right there. Y'all motherfuckers don't know how to do shit, but you want to ride a motherfucking coattail, and then when he decide that he want to shake you off, now you mad, and now you got a story to tell. Now it's all this extra shit. Now it's like Rocky goofy ass talking about, well, if Robert says she got a big booty, that's just it, she got a big booty. And in context, that's what it is. If a motherfucker got a fat ass, they do. But when
they got a fat ass, period.
When you running this underage narrative, then y'all making it sound like shit.
Because you can't come for Robert until you go for y'all.
Just like the guy back in the day twisted his words around when he was telling them that he had women that's of age that's 19 to 18, and he knew what he was talking about when he said teenager. He said, I'm talking about teenage that's legal. The man been saying it since 1993.
They took that sound bite.
Some ID.
They took that sound bite, man. You know, when you say teenage, how you talking, they took it out of context. They made sure that it could be taken out of context. They never gave you the other shit that he said. That's the game that the media plays all the fucking time. If you leave something out, if you leave this shit out, if you leave out when after he made that statement and Torre and that goofy motherfucker shook his head and he was like, I got 18-year-old friends, I got 19-year-old friends. He explained himself. But now you goofy bastards want to just say, oh, when you say teenage, how old you talking? And you never give that extra credit to the fact that he was telling you, hey, I got 18. The man got a fan base. He can't alienate his damn fan base. He was about business, even though, you know, he would do what the corporate people told him to fucking do.
Thank you.
Let's just
You
keep
do
it all
what
the way
we need
100.
you to do, and yet let them do the business side, and you just do what we need you to do. And
You
it was
sing
some
these
things that
songs,
he did say, I don't want to do that.
and then they put that contract in his motherfucking face because he said multiple times in his career he didn't want to do a bump and grind or a sex me. He said that shit. Anybody who's been in the industry knows that you have no fucking control over what and how you bring yourself or present yourself to the motherfucking public.
Right. And then everybody,
they created him to be the sex symbol.
Made that song about for Aaliyah. He didn't tell that was him.
Barry Hankerson egged him on to do that shit.
Yeah, that was Barry Hankerson.
That's why Little Cute Aaliyah's got it on Vibe. That's the only song of R. Kelly's that Barry Hankerson got a byline to. That he's written anything. Kind of interesting, ain't it? That's kind of interesting. And I looked that shit up. I'm like, wait a fucking minute. That's the only song. So,
and y'all don't think that some of these people, even these so-called ministers that we look up to, that claim that they are really fighting for the injustice of right, don't y'all behind closed doors. There were deals made and deals still being made, sacrifices and what have you. I promise y'all, I just want God to reveal it all. That's all I want God to do.
You see, and it's so sad because you see how petty this world is. You look at the bullshit that Tyrese going through, fucking around.
And not him, just him, my brother. Y'all, did y'all see what they did to Lil Boosie? What they did?
Boosie, all these motherfuckers, Glad goofy motherfucking ass. You know, he another motherfucker that I got a problem with because you got some information that you don't want to put out because you want to perpetuate a narrative.
After what Tyrese did, dropped that video today, he went in on Glad.
Oh, he lit his ass up. You a culture vulture, bro. You laughing at our pain. You laughing at black people's pain. Why niggas still want to go on this man's show?
Still want to deal with you.
Beyond me.
Then that's what I said. For him to have the audacity not to play the R. Kelly interview that Rob, you know what I'm saying, did for him. But every time somebody come on there, you got to have them question, what you think about R. Kelly in these 30 years? What about the tape? What about Aaliyah? Every time somebody come on that channel, on his platform.
But you're not talking about the transcript. That's the thing that people need to start posting in his chat, nigga, until you, if you don't even want to play his interview, you go read the freaking transcript.
Because, I mean, the transcript is literally life-changing, thought-changing. Like, what the fuck? There's no, and Jennifer Bajin is absolutely correct. No reasonable jury could find this man guilty.
None. But Derek, not one have come out. Not one.
No, of course, because they can't explain the reasons why. Anybody with any legalese eyebrows gonna go straight the fuck up because you're hiding the truth from the American people as fucking usual. You set a man up, you threw him in fucking jail. Now you try to pay off his ex-girlfriend because you don't want her to blow the fucking whistle, and you trying to take his money.
Well, she done already did that, baby. That's over and done with. That's getting ready to just blow, baby. It's about ready to go really down. It's about to go down, 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 down.
You know, it's a.
I know that it gives somebody restitution for $300,000 because they need valve track. When do you know valve tracks be? Who need $300,000 worth of valve track?
This hooker need to get a job and some coverage. That's all.
And the dude over there with the that's talking about he owe him this enormous amount of money for that darn studio. Oh, I went to Lincoln Park, but I also got an opportunity to go up in that summer gun, acting and portraying as though I wanted to purchase it because it was up for sale. And when I tell y'all everything that I already saw, that I knew, it didn't even meet the eye. Let me tell y'all, that man took that place to a level of no return. He had the marble flew in from Paris.
Right. And then people ain't picking up on this. You got the Clares come out with they lies. They out there throwing rocks at it. And then you tell them they can't find their daughter. They don't know their daughter. But how does y'all know that she be up in that studio apartment?
And she wasn't living in there. That's what she chose to be.
That's my point. They knew where she was the whole time.
It was a game.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a game the whole time.
And it ain't no game no more. The game is up. Because now y'all are taking Dr. Cosby back through this again. No, the devil is a lie.
At a point, it's bullying.
Thank you.
This is pure unadulterated bullying. And
that what's that crazy woman name? Her? I thought they had charges against them in Paris or London or somewhere. The ambulance chaser. What's her name?
All Red.
All Red. I thought her and her daughter had charges against them in Paris or London.
I wish.
Oh, you ain't gotta worry about it. She's fucking with Kanye West now, so he gonna get her ass together.
And y'all think? I'm glad you said that, Vi. Stop, drop, and roll. Listen, y'all. Do y'all remember Kanye West was trying to get out of his contract? First of all, let's get that established real quick. He was already trying to get out of his contract with all of this craziness. He didn't want to be under none of that. So he had to do what he needed to do. But anyway, the reason why, y'all, they really came after Kanye West, do y'all remember when he went live and he stood up and spoke about Michael Jackson, Robert, and Dr. Cosby after he found out the truth? And he pissed on those wards that he had. And do y'all remember, Derek, y'all was over there on Black CEO when I said it. I said, and nothing better not happen to him.
No, I mean, yeah, I remember that, but it sure shouldn't.
That's when the shit hit the fan. They can say what they want to say about this, that, and the other. That's not it. That was when that man saw the truth about what they was doing to Dr. Cosby, had done to Michael Jackson and Robert.
And he spoke up. Not for nothing, what they did to him with his mama.
And that's when he said, enough is enough. I'm going to tell it all.
I mean, let's just be honest. And my poor black man that signed these contracts back in the early 90s, mid 90s, the early 2000s and shit, you did not know what the fuck you was doing. They put money in your face and gave you the overplay for the underlay. You didn't realize that you was sacrificing your most closest loved one. You didn't know. These niggas didn't know. R. Kelly did not know that after he came out with Born Into the 90s that his mama was going to be gone.
Say it now. I'm glad you said it for me, Derek. I'm glad you said it for me, Derek.
He didn't know. But what they did was they put more money in his face than he ever seen in his damn life. And he didn't read a contract, couldn't read a contract. Demetrius wasn't going to help him with the damn contract. Barry wasn't finna help him. So he signed this shit. They didn't know how famous this man was going to be. It wasn't even about that. It was about the blood sacrifice of his mama.
That's it.
That's what it
And
was
I'm gonna say
about.
this too. Earlier, I know we were speaking earlier about this. Why is it only in the black community that one of our people make it that we back or reach back? You don't hear the white celebrities talking about that. Well, only in the black community, a black successful person is supposed to reach back.
No, he's
And
not.
then
He's
by
supposed
reaching
to
back,
stand there and you figure it out. But if I need to help you, I can help you.
I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. But every time a successful black artist, actor, musician, sometimes it's a 50-50 chance that something end up happening to them, or the person that they help end up knocking them out.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't sustain greatness if you reach it back to a place that you have grown from. If anything, I would build a community center in that place, but I'm not going back to that place because I know that it's somebody that's mad because I made it out of that place. Now, R. Kelly going back in Chicago, every place he went to in Chicago that he went visit, they came up with some negative narrative to put around. From Kenwood to Mr. Glenn to
Please
McDonald's to his mama
don't bring that
to
up.
the studio to everything that he did that he went back to in the community, they found some negative thing to say about that particular institution.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't talk about the countless funerals this man has paid for. They don't talk
Thank you,
about the Boys
baby.
and Girls Club. They don't talk about the wrecked vehicle he pulled his family out of and say, look, don't even tell them I was here.
And the money that he sent over to Nigeria for food, the planes of
Everywhere.
food.
That gonna go unnoticed. They ain't gonna speak on that. But they wanted us to sit around here and listen to some women who were willingly in relationships with this man who got pissed off when the relationship expired. That means
And
that we go buy a jug of milk from the store and it expired before we use it all. We need to be pissed off, right?
right.
No. We go back to the store and buy another jug of milk.
So I'm learning that it's something about American society that feels some type of way about an alpha black male.
Speak it, baby.
When you're an alpha black male, successful, confident, and I'm self-aware, people like you. Because let's not get it twisted, let's not bullshit. Motherfuckers love R. Kelly for years and years and years and years and years.
But they did not like him like that, Derek, before he became R. Kelly.
Right. But the thing about it is, because he spoke on it. We know he spoke on it. But the thing about it is, for years and years, they loved this man. They tried to come up with a videotape. Didn't nobody pay attention to none of that shit. Love this man. Due process was what it was. That's the reason why things went the way that it was supposed to the first time. Because people was like, well, wait, we gotta see what happens and see what's really going on first instead of all this BS. And the propaganda machine wasn't on him like that. It was
they needed him to make more money.
You make the call. Not to mention the fact that he was a cash cow at that point. What the hell are we doing? You can't take down the person that's holding up a whole record label. Because that's what he was. Wasn't no damn NSYNC, UGK, E40, Britney Spears. Nobody at Jive Records was doing shit.
And be honest, Derek, Weinstein, that man, y'all go stop it. That man didn't do all the shit y'all saying that man did.
That man had money. He had privilege. He had the position. He could hire, fire. Say you got the role and you ain't. And you think that a female ain't gonna suck a dick for a role? Let's just keep it honest. Let's keep it 100. Females sucking dick for less than that. You think somebody gonna suck a dick for a movie role? For a chance at millions? I mean, we got to keep it 100. I mean, people lying out here to themselves. Stop the lies. It's people will do anything for that almighty dollar. You got hitmen to go out there and shoot somebody in the face for some money.
Derek, let's not forget the lady that
today when I talked about hold on just a second.
Okay, baby.
The other day I spoke about something. I said, now, honestly, I brought this up the other day as far as Sony could be behind this, and everything that they've done is to generate money, right? When they sit here, they know how much R. Kelly, they know how much R. Kelly's master is worth. So why wouldn't they not? Well, let's generate this takedown. You know, come at them, strip them, make money off of them. They generated just as much money during this 5-year span as R. Kelly Masters is probably worth.
I promise you.
So they know they get a Masters up. So guess what? They gonna get a Masters up. Now we'll get a Masters up because guess what? They paid for surviving R. Kelly.
But
because the music they use, they use his music in a documentary that was demonizing him. So they paid for doing that too. They've been getting paid off for all this shit because they are the orchestrators of it all.
The orchestrator of it.
Look at it. They made money. They didn't made money by bringing him down just to give him his time.
Everybody else.
They give him up.
Vine, have you thought about this here? Since Robert been locked up, since Robert been locked up, actually it started 2018. Okay, Sony did not own a lot of things that they own now.
No.
They became owners while all of this here mess was going on.
Right, because they was all they had partners, Sony, Warner, Universal. Everybody was in on, one of them is the publisher, one of them is the masters, one of them on the distribution. So they played different parts, didn't it? It's the big three. It's no different if people don't understand how J.P. Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, all these big banks work the same way these record labels work. They all work together for the same common purpose.
But the question that I have, and it's something you said that, Derek, you're talking about the men, quote unquote, our heterosexual men. So are we, and that is no knock to anybody. I pray that you guys don't take this the wrong way. So are we sitting here believing that God wants this world to be run and it more women than men? Or is that what we believe in?
No, man. God want this world to be balanced, but it's some people, for some reason, this world feel like it can operate without men. And that's the problem. And that's the biggest problem. But if you look at it, though, they have the government. I always say the government. The government have made the black woman feel as though she can be equal to the black man, while the white woman is still being submissive to her white man. So The black man and the black woman is in competition, competing with each other, while the white woman is over there still being a stay-at-home mom, not working. You know, the man, they still doing it the traditional way.
Okay,
But now
stop,
you got
stop. Didn't Robert tell Drea that? Isn't that what he told her? That's why
he didn't want her working. He didn't want her working. He didn't want her doing nothing but rearing their children. But she wanted her whole purpose of lying on the man was to get out of the marriage so that she could get out here and live off of the R. Kelly name.
And teach other children how to dance on a pole.
But she got a long day ahead of her too, man. Because what you did with your children, despite you and Robert relationship, you know, and that's another thing, people don't even understand that. Man, R. Kelly saved that woman. Even after she did all the shit that she did to him, he still cared enough for her not to be slandered and to be,
Listen, let's keep
and
it
a
all
lot
the
of
way in
people
band.
don't even know half of what she did, even while they were married. Since they running around here lying and saying that he touched his daughter, y'all need to know the truth. And if you don't know the truth, shut your mouth.
But let's keep it 100, man.
That's
Dancing,
what's her name? The drunk woman over there, Kim Savage wife.
you know, dancer, choreographer, and all that shit. I personally, I don't know about nobody else. I don't know about you. I don't know about Big Vibe. I ain't seen but one dance move come from Dre Kelly, bro.
That's it.
That's ass shaking. That's it.
I ain't seen but one dance move. Chat, wait, hey, chat, where you at? How many dance moves have you seen out of Andrea Kelly? Because I ain't seen but one.
That's it.
And you can,
I ain't seen
it's
but one.
crazy though how you can sit back and look at it. Like if you are an executive thinker, just sit back and see how the government has infiltrated the black community, man. All at each other, killing each other, disliking each other from each other. And the shit is just crazy, man. Why their community is thriving.
Vibe. If I don't know if y'all saw it, but I think I mentioned it to you guys before. But I really want y'all to look at it. I'm gonna tell y'all briefly. This Kill the Messenger. And this has to do with Bill Clinton, the Clintons. They was all involved in all this. This is during their time. This is showing you they were literally. This is actually based upon a true story. And we're talking about the sex life right now. But at that time, remember, y'all, it started with the drugs. They got our entertainers hooked on drugs, and it started in California, where they was dropping the drugs in the black community.
Mm-hmm.
They was dropping the drugs in the black community, acting like they don't know where it come from. What but it was being orchestrated all the way where you just said from the government.
By the CIA, by the president, by the president.
Go back and listen to Scott Pippen talk about his early bringing and coming up in Chicago. He said they would walk outside and find crates of guns.
I'm from Gary. Same shit. Same shit. If they be out there just
if y'all think about it, if y'all think about it, they literally played Michael Jackson against his own family, his brothers.
Same way they did R. Kelly and his brother.
Thank you. Thank you.
They had Gary thinking it was R. Kelly stopping him from getting the deal the whole time. It was the enemy that didn't want to sign him. They wouldn't.
Yeah, because he actually fucking sucks.
Okay. Thank you, Larry.
Them telling him that he didn't have no
because
they told him it was his brother.
Because
he knew he was
sucked.
But you see how the label, how the industry made him feel like R. Kelly was the reason why he wouldn't get no deal. Instead of them just telling the man he didn't have no damn talent.
But you
I
still
mean,
out here trying to need to go get a job. You can't. Look, I'm sorry. If you past 30, you need to go get a job. Rapping is not it.
hey, need to wrap it up. Wrap it up. It's over with. Close the show. We ain't trying to hear you no more, brother. You know, and
not
you
at
know,
all.
and it's sad to say, you know, look, I hate it for the man, but some people got it, some people don't.
And
Your
some
brother
people
had it.
don't.
Your brother had it. You don't. You know, and you took that shit and you had vitriol in your heart for your family, bro. And you said
And
all type
let
of
me ask
fucked
y'all
up
this here. Do
shit.
y'all think the government, these people had, because remember, I heard Don Russell say he told these people he ain't had no record. Nigga, you did have a record. You been down before. So do y'all think these people use this dude to come in and do and cause havoc? And because I know
Oh
for a
man, look,
fact,
Carrie's so goofy. He'd leave the back door open for anybody.
huh? That
Well,
dude.
when you listen to him say he was headed back to California and he heard the song I Admit on the radio, he turned back around, and from that from that point on, when he turned around and came back to Chicago, he was in nothing but bullshit.
Let me
Look,
tell y'all the reason why I'm asking this question. This is the same dude that I vouched for, y'all. I did. And the reason why I did, because the stuff that he was telling me was, he didn't know that I knew that he was talking the truth, but what he was telling me was stuff that was told to him. So he just repeating what somebody else do. Y'all know who that is. I can fill in the blank. They'll listen and they take in everything you say, and then they'll make it be their own. But anyway, this dude literally tried to present shit to Andrew Wyatt. I mean, and I'm telling y'all this, if y'all notice, I will go hard for you when I feel like you are right. But I will not bash you until the opportunity presents itself. And I'm not talking about bashing you, because I still pray for you, but I'm not going to uphold you in your wrongdoing. And to know that this dude had been when he was telling me that you out here trying to get deals for Rob. No, you was trying to get deals for yourself.
Yep.
You was trying to get deals for yourself.
Dude ain't no better, if not worse, than Daryl Johnson.
Thank you.
You ain't no better, if not worse, than Steven Greenberg.
Thank you.
You ain't shit. You was jumped on that man coattail like these fucking females did, thinking you was gonna get some money out the deal.
Getting paid interviews, but you trying to build your network on interviews. So why you going on other people's platforms doing interviews when you got interviews your own platform?
You could have did your own.
And then don't leave out, y'all, when y'all over there practicing voodoo. I got the video.
No, man, don't send them people over here.
But you know what? Like I said, what we got to get to, because like I said, it's appeal time right now, and I feel good about that shit, because people are so, this shit leaks, man. Outside of when you get talking about it's bigger than R. Kelly, man, that shit is true, because people,
and we gotta keep doing that. And Derek, we got to keep covering Jennifer. We got to keep her covered by the blood of Jesus.
Because she said it best. Right now it's R. Kelly. Next it could be somebody you care about. Then what?
And for those that are saying, why is she fighting for Harvey Weinstein? Please, y'all, think. Stop it. Y'all, we can't think on the
Has there
surface
been a
level.
clear injustice?
Because
Yes, it
right
has.
now, ain't about, right now, it's not about black and white. It's about corporation. And the corporation has to be exposed. And that's through anybody, not a black person or a white person. It's
Hey,
the
look
it's
here.
it's the it's,
Go
it's
ahead, man. Go ahead.
the,
You
she
breaking
said
up, Vi.
You broke up on us, bro.
You broke up, baby.
That man went on the bridge or something. I don't know. He'll be
Yeah.
back in a second.
Well, go ahead and say what you have to say, Derek.
But at the end of the day, when it comes to Harvey Weinstein, Jennifer Bonjean said it. Has there been an injustice? Can I offer some type of remedy? And it's been clear in all of these cases there's been injustice. Your grown ass gonna sit up here and say that this man, Harvey Weinstein, I never believed that shit either. I never. I'm like, nah, man, nah, that ain't how that shit go. I mean, the casting couch is what it is, but ain't nobody taking shit off the casting couch.
But why would they have to take it, Derek? Why?
They don't. I got something you want. You got something I want.
And I still have to go back to the fact, even with Dr. Cosby, before I go there, let's go to Donald Trump. This woman that took him to court, civil court. You didn't go to criminal court. You took him to civil court. This was all orchestrated. Orchestrated, baby. Orchestrated.
And it's all
Let
about
me tell y'all something. That woman said, I don't remember the date. I don't know. I'm not a screamer. What the hell you mean you're not a screamer? This is supposed to happen in a whole place of business. This is a store. He raping you in a store, supposedly. But you didn't scream. You didn't do any of that.
Right.
But because you hate Donald Trump so much, y'all jump on that bandwagon because you don't like Donald Trump, but you don't see further down the road than what we're seeing. I see a Derek. I see a Vi. I see a Eddie. I see Eli. I see my own family. This woman is bold-faced lying. And y'all let her lie. She had no evidence. What happened to bringing the evidence? How can we convict someone with no evidence? By word of mouth. The only people that should be really scared at this point is every Black American person. Whether you white, whether you woman, boy, girl, lesbian, whatever. You need to be scared. Have y'all cut out? Is it out? Derek, can you hear me? Derek, Vi? That live must have cut out. Derek, are you here? Let me see if the chat can hear. at the chat. Y'all can hear me? Okay.
I hear you.
Okay. You must have cut out.
Yeah, because I'm driving.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead and finish, baby, what you were saying.
But I was saying that, Jennifer Bunjean, she's gonna expose a corporation. And really, it's a RICO corporation as well, because it's a lot of different entities that are moving in concert together. When you talk about the Me Too, Time Up, the CBS, Lifetime, all these different networks, and we can't be upset that she represents somebody like Harvey Weinstein, because
we ought to be excited.
You have to be like, you have to stop looking at black and white and understand that it's an issue besides outside of that. And this issue is gonna take different people. It's gonna be different people, and they not gonna look like R. Kelly, or they not gonna look like Harvey Weinstein. But you have to, according to the law, they don't see a color. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to this, what Jennifer Bunjean is up against. And Jack Palladino, salute to him, because he worked with Harvey Weinstein as well before he was mysteriously killed. And we have to look at that. All the people in Rob's previous case from 2008 that was around in 2018 that was still here to testify. How did these people mysteriously come up
dead?
How did these people and Jack Palladino attacked outside of his home by some random people? This man is too rich to have an investigator. So I'm sure he lives a private life. For him to just get attacked outside of his home, you have to make that make sense. You talk about Linda Minch, who get ran over in broad daylight, bagged over, and then the guy pull off and don't even see if she okay. Like, you got to make this shit make sense. None of it makes sense. But at the end of the day, what we can do is, to put Jennifer Bunjean. I'm sure she is aware of everything that she's doing. I'm sure she looked over Weinstein's case and saw that the similar names in his case work.
And they are. There is very much so.
So she connected the dots. She needed Weinstein paperwork. Okay, I see his name. These names are consistent in these people's paperwork, so it has to be other than what's being told to the public. So she's gonna be able to identify the things that we don't get to see and connect those dots together and prove to the world the real conspiracy to take down the R. Kellys and the Bill Cosbys and by this Me Too movement.
And it's just not the Me Too for the people that really thinking that it's just first of all, we got to understand Black Lives Matter is not what Black Lives. The guy just told us this.
No,
it's not what it really what is. And all of this is all tied into it because we believe in Jesus Christ. We believe in God. That's the only way you gonna see past what we see, because all of this is an attack against God and the people that stands wholeheartedly, 1,000+%.
So you got Kanye
It's
West.
against the word of God.
Kanye West came out a while back and say they don't want God in Hollywood. You heard R. Kelly talk about his belief in his spiritual belief in God. They don't want him to talk about God in his music. You just heard Tyrese say they want you to devil. They want devil worship in the industry. They doing it on the stages when they having concerts now. He said they used to hide this shit. Now
That's how you know we are close to the end of time, end of this time. But remember, before the end of time, complete overall, there is a lot of things that's going to transpire. But I do believe, far as us as a people, we who remain right now, it's close to our time being up, because God ain't gonna take much more of this. Where you are pushing a book to teach our babies about LGBTQ in the elementary school. Our kids don't even know who they are.
And everybody was getting mad at Lil Boosie because he said what he said about the Dwayne Wade situation, but it's the truth, man. A kid shouldn't be able to come out and say something and you act on it as a parent without telling that child and helping that child to understand what you are saying. I don't know if you may have talked to someone and they told you that it was okay to feel this way, but we are God spirit, God
creations. We're God creations. Yes.
We're godly people, man. We believe in God. We understand the power of God.
And God didn't make no mistake when he created us.
Yeah, if God wanted you to be that, he would have made you to be that way. But
and do you remember back in the day, Vi, and I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say that it didn't go on, but it was in the closet. You kept it where it's supposed to be, in the closet. But now you are coming out trying to attach this to civil rights. No, that don't have nothing to do with no civil rights. That ain't no civil rights movement. Stop trying to tie us into everything.
Even Barack Obama giving reparations to LB3. But this is the type of shit. And then I'm going to tell you how much, I'm going to say this before I get ready to get out of here. It's crazy. I'm going to show you how much they think of the... Don't y'all know the government? Don't y'all know? I tell people think the president is just a position, no different than being a supervisor at a job.
Thank you.
Just because you're the supervisor, it ain't nothing but a supervisor over the United States. So the CEO over the United States chose Barack Obama, as long as this bill has been sitting on the desk in the office for 4 or 5 presidents before him, to make him go, to let him get in office and sign this same-sex marriage bill. And who does it affect?
Us. Because we're not populated.
Y'all waited until a black man got in there and told a black man, well, this was left for you to do. Knowing that how black people are about our spiritual beliefs. So at that point in time, you had to make a decision. Either you want to be the president of this country, or we do away with you. What if Barack Obama would have said, I'm not signing this?
I would have said, for God I live and for God I'll die. I will not.
We probably would have had another presidential. We probably would have had another presidential assassination.
And that may have been, long as I know that I'm going back to be with the one who created and made me. But I will not. I promise you on my God, even with my children, I'm not going to hell for none of my family.
But
not going to hell for you.
You see what they have done, though, Nisimo, to our people, man. They got
yes.
our people. They have our people praising titles, versus their religious beliefs.
Thank you. When I heard the Jay-Z saying,
they say,
y'all
they say, Jimmy, if you want to be a supervisor, you got to go kiss Jim. But if Jimmy want to be a supervisor that fucking bad, what you think Jimmy gonna do? He gonna go kiss Jim. And
that's the beginning.
Everybody in the warehouse gonna know you kiss Jim to get that to become a supervisor. You one of them. You ain't swinging the right way.
And there it goes.
Our people have started to praise titles in life and chase the money to the point to where the morals go out the window.
Yeah, when Jay-Z sit up here telling people we brainwashed because we believe in Jesus, ain't no Jesus. I'm your Jesus.
Well, I don't even listen to Jay. I don't even care for Jay-Z. It don't matter. But that's why I tell people, Nisimo, I hear you say it, and the biggest thing we can tell anybody is get to know God for yourself.
You better get to know him for yourself.
Don't listen to what I say, Nisimo say, anybody else say. Get to know God for yourself. Build that relationship for yourself. Get that understanding for yourself. Because it's going to be people out here that's going to tell you and try to tell you how God feels.
And what God said.
And what God is about. You hear people tell you, well, God forgive you for this, God for... Who are you to be telling me what God will forgive me or won't forgive me for? You have to build that relationship with God for yourself.
And you have to have a personal relationship with him.
Your pastor can't tell you who God is. None of this. Your pastor just can give you some information about God, but you got to get to know God for yourself.
Because he's trying to see him for himself.
How y'all doing? The two beautiful people left on the chat still standing. How are y'all today?
We're good. How about you?
Oh, just left the crack house, aka the money house, the employment, the place of employment. Yeah, y'all spitting out some good info. I wasn't able to really comment earlier. I was trying to help get out of there, but what I did want to say, I want to add into the narrative that they're trying to screw with these women's rights and transgender and all this stuff. They're already having a big fallout right now with the transgender having an infight with the alphabet people because they want to be front and center now. So if you're formerly a man and you trying to be a woman, you having a problem with the other people now because y'all wanted to be front and center, but now the transgender they trying to get they dibs in on. So now it's all becoming what you want to call it, a twist of the tongue. Now, as God say, I'm gonna change everything up to have y'all infighting. So it's gonna make y'all whole thing just fall apart.
And that's now he got to do, my brothers, just step back and just let them say, hey, do whatever you do.
Oh yeah. So all that little stuff gonna come to an end, just like this whole Me Too and Time's Up. I mean, it's slowly starting to decline right before our eyes. So this little system they trying to perpetuate to everybody, to the world, it's not going to last. It's not going to work. It's just a matter of time. We just got to sit back and be patient.
But as Biden heard for himself, when you had that young girl on CBS the other day, the one who read the poem for Joe Biden at his inauguration, Amanda, forgot her last name. She's pushing her book into the elementary schools, and one lady literally said no. But what really caught my attention was the newscaster said that the parents got a problem with they got a problem. How did she say that? Vi, that
what she had a problem with what they teaching the children.
Yeah, he was saying that we got a problem with what about the religion.
What our children are being told in school.
Yeah. And they shouldn't feel that they should not that shouldn't be a problem. Why shouldn't be a problem?
And it was about racism though.
You teaching?
They didn't want their kids to learn about racism in this country.
And it was about the LGBTQ. Yeah, I knew it was.
Yeah.
And so she was like, she couldn't understand why they didn't want her book inside of the school. And when she kept talking, at first I was like, okay, why do they not want your book in the school? So when she kept talking, I said, oh. But before she said that, the newscaster said the parents got a problem with with enforcing the religion and politics in their kids' mind, and they don't want that being pushed into their children. And my thing is, I'm not. You don't have a choice in the matter as long as you're living under my roof. As far as your religion is concerned, I'm going to make sure that you know right from wrong, and knowing right from wrong is knowing where you stand in your religion. Because they got all different types of religion out here that people are practicing that it's not helpful for our children.
Well,
Scientology, that stuff, those kids they're having sex early.
But what about this, y'all? I'm gonna tell you how the world is so crazy. I went into a restaurant last week. Now you know they had a restaurant. They got you go to the restroom. The restroom, you got the women in the men restroom, but they got the sign on there. They got the unisex on each door.
Each door? Each door?
On each door. I say, so now, given about a year or two, you're going to start hearing the sexual assault crimes going to be going. Why would y'all make it okay for a woman to go inside of a man's restroom? Or a man to go inside of a woman's restroom? But that's all because of the transgender law.
It's all by design. It's all by design. But believe it or not,
a man want to feel like he's a woman. He should have the right to go inside of a woman's restroom and use it.
No, I disagree.
So
one of my girlfriends was telling me that I thought that this was in another country, and she said, no, this is here. This is here in the United States now, where a woman. Okay, you had a lady that was born a woman, and the man that was born a man. So they meet up. Okay, she's now liking they switching up now. So the man that she's liking he was a man, but he's a woman now. man that he was liking the woman. She's a man now. Okay, so the woman ended up having a baby. Do you not know they was on YouTube trying to the man that was born a man trying to breastfeed this baby, and he's saying, I don't know why the baby can't. The lady says, is the baby latching on? He said, yeah, but he's agitated. He can't get anything. Damn it, you're not a woman.
No. No, you're not a woman. That's why I wish Dick Gregory was still living, man.
You trying to create something that ain't come out of you. You can. I'm like, come on, people.
Man. They trying to replace God, and it's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. You messing with the weather. You're messing with the infrastructure. You're doing everything you can do to try to be God.
They fucking with the atmosphere.
It's only
fucking
one
with
God.
Climate control. They fucking with everything, man.
Instead of leaving well enough alone, they want to try to experiment with things.
Ever since World War I, man, this United States have been able to fuck with climate control. This is how much shit that these humans are controlling. All of these goddamn tornadoes and hurricanes and all this shit is controlled by someone. Man, this shit, y'all, I'm telling y'all, man, we are in a fucking matrix for real.
They're taking people's lives and they killing you and cloning you. You thinking...
And be prepared, y'all, but they ain't talking about it on the news. Right now, they got a new COVID variant going around China right now. They ain't even been speaking on it. But y'all just seen the big ass Red Cross ship just arrived in goddamn it arrived in New York a couple days ago.
And they claiming that it's from the fire. They claiming it's from the fire in Canada.
It's finna be something that's finna take place in this country. So y'all be prepared.
And don't fall for the okie doke.
Be prepared for the narrative that they're gonna try to spin as well.
And if you can keep from it, go back to old grandma's remedies. Start using those remedies. And if you can keep your ass from going to that hospital, stay away from these hospitals.
Yeah, because the hospital, they the number one contributor.
You at the hospital ain't nothing. The hospital is only giving you activators. And what I mean when I say activators is the shit is in the air. And when they shoot you in, when you breathe it in, it activates in your body. This shit is crazy. Y'all, I might sound crazy, but I'm telling y'all, man, this shit is in the air, all around us. Man, our bodies are made.
They not even telling us either. Y'all, they don't know how long stuff has been dropping in here on us anyway. Because they're not going to tell you that we're about to go to war.
No,
and we're not prepared.
Man, the country is surrounded by China, Russia. Man, they got us surrounded. Like, it's a lot of shit going on, and we living our everyday life going on about ourselves.
Thank you.
And I'm not trying to have nobody get up and all panicking. But y'all have to start doing y'all research and looking for yourself, man. And like I already told myself, I done made my peace with the good Lord above, man. Whatever happened, happened. Whatever happened.
Only concern that I have at this point in my life is to make sure that my grandchildren are covered by the blood of Jesus.
That's all we can do. Because at the end of the day, the orchestrators, they're going to fight against God's will. And
they're going to keep fighting.
It's going to turn out, it's going to be deadly for everybody. You know,
because they want to be God, and they did, and it's not. This is nothing new. These are things that happened during the time of the Bible. They was trying to build a tower to heaven.
Yep.
But Revelations tells us that these are the things that's going to come, and it's going to happen.
Oh, yeah. We've been forewarned, and we've been living in it for quite some time right now. But now the people are getting way out of hand with the disrespect. So, I just want
when you got the church not saying a word that's pushing the agenda, because that's what this is, an agenda. When you got the church that's okay with this agenda, you already know we're living in a time where you better get right if you ain't right.
You got 2 pastors that got married. I fucking shut the front door. I'm finna get ready to get out of here, y'all. But I appreciate y'all for coming and hanging out with me today for these 4 hours. But y'all heard what I just said. You got 2 pastors that was married.
And they called him.
Pastors. You got 2 pastors that were married.
Now, he said that were, but they still are, y'all. They still married. They call him the first man.
Well, I got one.
No first lady, first man of the church.
I got one worse than that.
They directly supposed to be serving God.
And on top of that, they black. That's the part that I have.
they black as well. Yeah.
I definitely seen that video.
Huh? I got one worse than that. Pastor in Dallas, probably maybe 10 years or so, he got caught in the pulpit with another pastor. And that ain't no joke.
Man, I tell you.
Do you fear God?
Of course I do.
They out there bad with it now. They put it in your face. They don't care, and they want to ride the wave with everybody else.
Well, you know what, y'all? We can't even go there. If you don't fear your mom and dad, because I still fear my mom and dad. They 6 foot in the grave, and I still fear them. So if you don't have the fear of your parents, you don't fear nobody.
If you call them out on it, they're gonna say you anti-Semitic, right?
Yep.
Yep. That's their favorite word.
Man, look.
But remember, this is the same one of them that's going to preach for him is the same pastor that allowed that nonsense to enter his pulpit to change the narrative.
Oh, Jamal.
To change. What you mean?
I don't think I would trust no pastor named Jamal anyway.
You gotta make them sit on their hands because you don't know what they're gonna do with them.
Y'all, I kid y'all not, and I'm about to go. There is a video after that thing that he did with the people on the pool. The dude was trying to look and act like Robert Sylvester Kelly from the head to the toe, to the dress code. I'm telling y'all, God is my witness. Hate was real. I said, this dude is trying to look like Robert, act like Robert. Dude.
Who the hell was that?
The pastor.
Oh.
R. Kelly got a lot of wannabes out here, man.
Remember, Cal said, there can only be one.
Yep.
Now, he got fat motherfuckers out here want to be him. He got skinny people want to be him. All type of shit, man.
One ride, motorcycles and everything else like him. Yeah. Oh Lord.
But y'all have a good evening, man. It was a great live.
And share, please share.
Yep.
This was powerful, y'all. Share it.
Yeah, I'm
All
gonna
right.
have to go back and catch some of the live. But it was nice
I,
talking to everybody again.
Facts.
Well,
Love you,
y'all
Lex.
catch
Love
the
you, Vi.
beginning
Love
of
you,
the live.
Nisimo. I just capped in just to say what's up with y'all. I know I
What
came in
up,
late.
King?
But yeah, you know, I
Hey,
love you, my
Dean.
brother. What's up?
Tell
What's
my
up?
sister I said hello.
I got you, babe. Nisimo said to tell you hi. I don't know if you heard her, Nisi.
Okay,
But
I
yeah, now
heard
she
her.
said,
I heard her.
yeah.
Y'all make
But
sure y'all catch the beginning when he's
not
playing the recording. That I'm telling y'all, it's very important, and I need every social media platform you got or know of or what have you. Share it.
Man, we still on the road, but
When
not
was
say
that?
no
can't
more.
When,
believe I don't have 2K subscribers already. And also, like I say, man, I'm still looking for donations from my supporters. I mean, I don't come out here sticking my supporters up with no gun, making them donate to me. I don't threaten to take y'all renters.
If you don't support, you're gonna take your
Yeah, I ain't
rent
threatening to take
from
no
you.
rents from my supporters. I love my supporters, but look, Big Vi is trying to get better quality on this platform. Everything y'all seeing now, I'm able to share the videos and different things like that. Man, I had to spend a lot of money out of my pocket to get better equipment that wouldn't stop from freezing up and cutting out and different things like that. So I'm just
And most
asking for a little
importantly,
help.
Vi, you are a single parent.
Oh yeah, I am a single father, and I only have one job, you know, and I just need a little help. I mean, I ain't asking for a lot. I ain't asking for y'all to pay my rent or my bills or none of that. You know, it's just anything that comes through from my channel, I always invest it back in the channel. As y'all can see, the backdrop, the green screen, we got it. We getting it in the right direction, man. But we gotta make it a little bit more professional. So when the right people see it, they'll pick it up and be like, you know what? I want to take this platform to the next level.
Because what we want is when Rob come over here, we want to make it right.
Oh yeah,
We
it
don't
gotta be
want no
right.
cutting in and cutting out because he coming.
yeah, they
Yep,
surely ain't
yep,
gonna like
yep.
that. They gonna be
Auntie
whining
Nisimo.
about that.
Yep. Yo, Auntie Nisimo, you know what's so crazy? Me and Vi was saying, yo, once Rob come home, we going in the win. We gonna act like none of this even ever happened.
Yeah.
Baby, Rob coming over here before he come home, y'all. Watch. Fight and pray. Watch. He coming over here. So we got to make sure this channel is right.
That's why we gotta keep all the drama, all the negativity. Don't even
Away.
entertain it. They gonna talk about Big Vi. They gonna say he think he better. And they gonna, but you know what?
And
I
hey,
live.
Hop, stop. I'm going to tell you what my daddy said, baby. Stop, drop, and roll. You are better. And why you better? Because you serve the only one, Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So
Facts.
that makes you better.
Facts.
That's all I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna continue to do that. I'm gonna continue to stick to my gun and continue to push my message, man. You know, any negativity should be blocked, and I'm gonna block it out of my life. I'm gonna block it off my platform. I don't deal in negativity, man. That shit don't pay me nothing.
And much love to my
Absolutely.
sister, Lady Lavish. I love you, baby. If you hear me, I love you. I support you. And I thank you for supporting Vi.
Oh
Facts,
yeah.
facts, facts. That's mama love. Much love to you, lavish lady.
Uncle Mules came through. Lil Mac came through.
Facts.
J Rock came through. Jeff
Much
came
love.
through.
Much love to Uncle Muse. Much love to Jeff. Much
Derek
love to
came
Lil
through.
Mac.
We had a packed house
Much
tonight.
love to Uncle D. Much love to Jeff. Much love to Uncle Sir.
Lex.
Much love to Oya. Much love. Lex already know. Much love to Lex. Well, Lex right here. But
And
yeah, I'm
like I
just
say,
saying.
Yeah.
shout
Much
out to
love
the
to the
best.
chat.
Shout out out to the best chat on YouTube. And look,
Yeah, baby.
shout out to
And
the
much
best chat on the YouTube streets. I'll take this chat against any goddamn body. Anybody,
That
and,
part.
and much love to Sis Classy. And much love to
most definitely. Shout
who
out to Classy as well.
Yes.
And y'all
Yes.
see this on the screen?
Yeah,
Y'all see
what's
this
up?
on the
This is
screen?
Leah. What's this Leah stuff?
Huh?
They
What
must
is
be
Aaliyah got
playing a
Aaliyah got a
special.
special on ABC. Yeah, I heard it. I seen something online. They talking about, oh, they putting something out that's gonna expose the more of the marriage. Some weird shit. I seen them putting out.
Oh man,
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
always something.
But listen, we trust God. We gonna watch God work.
Cause one thing
We gonna
about it,
because it's gonna be an epic failure.
they can't
Mm-hmm.
expose more about the marriage than we didn't already expose. This shit never happened.
What we gonna expose is that Robert is coming home and Jesus will be lifted and everything else is going to fail.
And you know what? I got
how
something
much I
for
bet you the
hey,
mom
hey,
got nothing to
tomorrow,
do with
matter
it
of fact,
neither.
y'all don't meet me here tomorrow. Y'all meet me here tomorrow. I gotta go back to the Big Tigger and R. Kelly interview on V103 when R. Kelly spoke about the first little thing they did on Leah back in the day, and he was asked about it while on this show, and he said, "Why would they now R. Kelly's still living, Aaliyah's gone." But I'm gonna tell y'all how much bullshit that these networks be on. They had somebody to play R. Kelly, and R. Kelly is fucking living. So what should that tell you?
Facts.
They don't want the truth.
They don't want the truth. But we
Facts.
know the truth. We got the truth. And what you're not
That,
gonna do, you can't bring her back
Oh, they
from the
say
dead.
Diane.
And
They
Aaliyah
say,
has
oh,
spoken.
this is coming from Diane. Okay, they say Diane is putting it on Hulu. Aaliyah family is putting
thank
it
you.
out. Okay.
Finally. See, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Finally.
It's crazy. I was just saying how much I bet you the mom ain't gonna have nothing to do with it. But I'm glad the mom gonna have something to do with it. Cause now
What's up, Charlotte?
the truth gonna shock the world.
But I told y'all, when that man left New York and come back to Chicago, that man resigned from his church.
Mm.
He resigned.
Oh yeah, that's the guy you was telling us about on one of the
Yes.
lives before. Okay, yeah.
Yes, he resigned from the church, and one of the friends, daddy was friends with him, but they heard me talking about it, and they unfriended him, unfriended themselves. I'm like, I got it now.
Yo, I'm
What's
telling
done
y'all.
to dog gonna come to the light.
Make sure y'all save the date.
I'm
Save the date for
I'm
this special. And that's crazy. How
I'm
ironic is that my son told me today, Dad, I got Hulu on the TV. Thank you. You can thank me later. I'm like, why you gonna put Hulu on the TV? So now I got a reason to watch Hulu now.
facts. But I'm telling you, watch when she exposed and then she come with some really good supporting evidence of facts to show the marriages are real. It's gonna be like, oh, she drunk. She don't know what she talking about. She was just sleeping with R. Kelly herself. It's gonna be something.
They
They
can't
gonna
let that.
try
They
to
can't.
deflect.
I've told these people.
People ain't gonna know how to just accept the truth or the facts for what it is.
They gonna try to deflect, but we gonna be reflected. They gonna be deflected, we gonna be reflected.
But I'm gonna tell y'all this here. Y'all be cautious, be careful, and watch this month. It's some things that's going to happen this month that's going to affect the world. But I promise y'all, it's going to be for the better. It's gonna look like it's not, but it's gonna be for the better. But this
Yep.
month, where we thinking that things are going to be transitioning in the favor of the LGBTQ community, it's not going to work out that way, y'all. I promise y'all. God is
All
already
right, y'all.
revealed.
Well, look, I hate to cut us off, but I gotta go. I gotta
Okay,
go.
baby.
All right,
Be
love you,
safe.
my brother. Be
Be
safe,
All right.
safe,
man.
you guys. It's raining here.
All right, y'all. Catch y'all back tomorrow night.
Shout out to the chat. I love y'all, man. Y'all be great. Take care. Put God first. See y'all next time. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all share. Make sure y'all sub to the channel. We are on the road to 2K subscribers, man. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button if you haven't already subbed to the channel. Peace and blessings to everybody, and I'm out of here.